We are live on audio.
Live on audio.
Okay, so
have you seen the
what else
Stranger
I gotta
Things?
do for prep?
Haven't seen it yet.
They add a very popular D&D character.
Yes,
to the
I am
mythos.
aware of who the bad guy is.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not. They just title the bad guy that.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
they did the same thing with
The
all of the other bad
Demogorgon and
guys,
the Mind Flayer,
but they weren't
yeah.
actually those things.
Yeah.
They just called them that.
Yeah. I think the power scale has gone up.
Oh, really?
You watch Stranger Things at all?
We have. We just haven't watched this season.
Okay.
Well, it's
good.
weird the way they split it was 7 episodes, and then July 1st they're putting out the last 2 episodes.
Oh, okay.
They're doing it in like 2 volumes.
I didn't know that. See, I was upset because
You thought it just ended?
well, they drop a lot of stuff on that last episode, and I'm like, there's like 10 minutes left. I don't know how they're going to wrap all this
They're doing
up.
it in 2 volumes, and they're dropping 2 episodes, and then that'll end it.
Yeah, I gotta say that this season they really jumping the shark a little bit in terms of like they just
Incredibly eldritchly powerful being.
Well, there's just like more plot stuff going on everywhere,
Yeah.
and it's like, wow, this story started in one town.
Yeah.
Now it's like.
That's a good story, in my opinion.
I'm not gonna spoil it.
I mean, the last season
the
ended with a
communists are
pretty-
involved.
Yeah, I mean, we
Yeah.
kind of know
my.
what happened from the...
Yeah.
Well, last season ended with a little bit of that, if you remember, but it's been a couple of years since that, so
Yeah.
I wouldn't
Russian
blame you for
agents,
forgetting.
who knows what's going on. It is the 80s.
Yes. Yes.
Yep. The Red Scare.
Hello, Pat Draw.
They even added
Congratulations
the
on being
actual-
first.
Satanic Panic in the new season.
Ooh.
They
Are you hearing us okay on audio?
That's actually good. I should pull up Twitch just to...
Which in this show, I think it's
Have
86 is the timeline right now. I'm trying to remember if that was the proper year for the Satanic Panic or if it was just a.
No, it hit well before that.
Yeah. I gotta say, it doesn't help that the club name is the Hellfire Club. That's the D&D club.
Yeah, that...
Certainly doesn't help the image.
Well, thank you very much, old school. Good to see you. 20 straight months, my friend. And hopefully all of you have missed us here at Blue Box.
Goodness, I've missed it.
We have not had Runelords in 4 weeks.
4 weeks.
4 weeks, because we had the con, of course, and then we had both of our players here were traveling. And then we did not have a GHA as normally scheduled this week. And then Wednesday, LMA got bumped. Now, we did still have Robert and Evelyn stand in, and so thank you for doing that, and they did a great job.
It was great fun.
Are allergies hitting you all?
No.
Yeah, just this morning I was starting to get a little bit more,
Welcome.
welcome to Tennessee.
Yeah, it's rough.
We were playing, we celebrated my wife's graduation finally yesterday.
Good afternoon, Toriano.
We were playing volleyball, and I was just rustling around in the grass. So itchy. Grass makes me so itchy.
Oh,
I know.
that's happened
That's-
to me too.
It's
yeah.
just the worst.
All right. Good party.
It was a good party. We had fun.
Now you are both heard and seen.
Haha.
Welcome, everyone, to Blue Box. This is Rise of the Runelords, episode number 90. Whoa! 90 episodes that we have had of this game. Thank you so much for the sub, Dixie. Doodlebug. We appreciate that very much, and thank you for all of you that are joining us today and haven't seen us in a while. We've got some catch-up to do. We do have a giveaway that we're going to have today, and I want to thank you again, all of my fantastic players, for being here, and for Cade, who has been with every single
I was literally just
session
thinking that.
from session
90
one.
sessions, and you only have one player who's been there and character for all of them.
Yeah. And then, of course, we had the other one that Evelyn had been there for every session, but
I mean, she's only going to miss a couple.
departed as her character was called to the heavens by Sarah and Ray.
What a good way to go.
Then we've had Thomas. You joined us around episode.
It's gonna be near a year and 3/4 for me here because it was in October.
I think you were like episode 10, maybe. Does that sound right?
No, not 10.
No?
I want to say in the 30s or 40s.
No, you were on way before that, I'm
No,
sure.
there's no
think
way it was
so.
10.
Well, it wasn't
That
40.
can't possibly
Could have been
be right.
40.
Because
No.
Chris
Because
was
T. Arnold
there.
died
Then-
episode 2. We lost a Wraithy, I think, by.
I was
But-
after
episode
Ixen,
8.
before the loss of. I was there when Solomon died.
Okay. Well, we can sort of, but John is terrified to kill Kate off.
As he should be.
I've killed others of her characters before. She's had characters die in my campaign, and she had another character that got turned into stone, and is now a glorified statue.
Or perhaps a literal statue.
And then, of course, he's been with us the least, but made a huge impact on the game. Thank you so much, Chandler. And Chandler is heading off to legal school here in just a few weeks.
What a nerd.
And yeah, a complete and total nerd. So thank you to all of you, many of you. Yeah, good to see you as well. So many of you have been with us for, if not all the campaign, a good chunk of it. And it is, of course, growing close to a conclusion. This is based on Rise of the Runelords, but it is, to call it modified would do it injustice. This is really a completely custom campaign. We would have finished the core Runelord story by now if we were just following the modules, but we've had all these great backstory components and different tales that were told. But today, we're going to do a What Happened Last Time. We're going to give away a set of these Cozy Gamer dice right here, and I'll give the reveal on these
cherished
at the
giveaway.
break. These are
Nobody picked
really,
those
really
at the con.
pretty dice. Yeah, well, the con was such chaos trying to get through everything, and we had a lot of things to give away, which I actually have an announcement on that to make as well in a moment. Our cameras are just a bit wonky today. That's because I've been fiddling with the systems and the setup on them. So if there's a slight tilt hither or there, in fact, that camera got tilted somehow,
Tilted?
so that side needs to go up just a bit. Perfect. You're good at that.
Thank you. I try.
So we've got that giveaway. We're going to talk quickly about our sponsors, and let's start off with our sponsors and have Jennifer Cade tell us about Cozy Gamer.
Huzzah.
Not ready.
Just do the pirate voice and you'll be there.
Where are my Cozy Gamer? Well, I
We'll come
I
back to
believe
her in
in
a
you.
moment. Let me talk about Art of Mike Disney. Mike Disney was here for the con, and such a gracious sponsor. Hosted a game for several new players. Did a great job. They had a good time. Gave us tons of giveaways. New Overgord artwork. We have this brand new piece that includes the combat with the dwarf or the Skarn, whatever it is, and it was just fantastic. And Mike's stuff is always worth supporting, so make sure you follow his channel and check out his stuff. I believe he's got an Etsy site as well that you can get stuff on. So Art of Mike Disney, fantastic sponsor. Let me also mention Ferox Fabrication.
Huzzah.
Ferox Fabrication sent us right before the con two separate things, several of them for giveaways. So one,
Perhaps a
you
holder
have
of
seen
miniatures.
these on some of our. I'm trying to find one here. I can't see what I'm doing.
The anticipation.
There we go.
The Antissa.
patient.
All right, one is his new Evolution series for mini painting holders. So you've seen mini painting holders before, but not like these. So this has a stabilization bar on here. You pop your mini on a magnetic base right here. This is emblazoned with the Blue Box logo on it, laser carved into the side. And you pop your mini there, and this gives you a nice way to hold as you're painting any way you want to hold it, different directions. Mike Disney's actually using one of these now. And then we also got these very cool Blue Box laser engraved dice tubes.
Oh, it's a
you
dice tube.
You can take your Cozy Gamer dice as an example and pop them in one of these wooden laser engraved dice tubes from Ferox Fabrication. So we'll see. We'll be giving some of that stuff away in the coming streams.
secret
We'll just see
messages.
maybe today, depending on how things go. We may do that as well. All right. So let's come over to you. Talk to us about Mantic Games, Kings of War,
I would love
Terrain
to.
Crate.
Absolutely. You see, fighting in dungeons, these are trifling matters. No, you are a marshal of men. Hear the clarion call of your country and lead your hordes of men into the field to smite down armies of orcs. Not just scattered war bands. No, you're a strategist. Use your strategies like a warrior would use his sword and smite your enemies. Kings of War, massive armies, massive battles. Check it out.
And terrain crate.
And terrain crate. Oh, that's the easiest part. If you're going to have a battle, you're going to have the scene dressing. Have you ever seen a movie that is just white? There's just nothing there.
Never seen a movie.
Well, I'm sorry. You should try it out. There's set dressing. It adds atmosphere. And Terrain Crate is a great way to buy the perfect sets because you can buy them in these themed little packages. You can get graveyard box. You can get a tavern box. Get it all where you need it, when you need it, and at a great price. Terrain Crate.
Well done. Thank you.
I just got back from Europe. I'm really tired, guys.
All right, talk to us about Cowboy Hob.
Cowboy Hob, oh my goodness. Okay, so first and foremost, Cowboy Hob is the best elf chosen person in the Monster of the Week campaign that you've ever seen. Cowboy Hob is an amazing role player, but not only that, an amazing artist. I'm not sure how many people got to see it. I don't know if Evelyn posted it anywhere yet or not. On the Discord, but an amazing art piece of the three of us plus Irda was made by Cowboy Hob, and it is...
I'll be showing that at the break today.
It is gorgeous.
It is gorgeous. So we got a really cool piece of Runelords fan art from Siegland, Jeff. That was
sits
produced
outside.
for my birthday. It's going to be mounted in here. And then after the con, Hob sent this very colorful sort of action-based scene as fan art. It's incredible. So.
And she does an amazing job making portraits, doing busts, doing any kind of work you might like, colored, black and white. Got a full commission page. Check out her Instagram. Check out her work. It's amazing stuff. It's great. And I don't know if she has commissions open right now or not, but if she does,
I think
you
she
should
might
go
have a
and get them.
single slot.
You should go and get them.
So you better
'cause they're
run and
worth
get it. Yeah.
All right, and yes, hey, good to see everyone in. Hello, Amanda. Hello, Pat66. Hello, Pat Faley. Hello, Cameron, Sinekin, Lee. Good to see you as well. Anybody I missed was unintentional. Thanks everybody for jumping in the chat. We're gonna get started here in just a minute, but hey, you've waited this long for the Runelords. It's been a month. You can wait just a little bit longer. So back to you. Tell us about Cozy Gamer.
Huzzah! What every pirate needs is good dice. You know, if you want to win Liar's Dice, you gotta have good dice, but we don't play Liar's Dice here. Do you need D20s? Do you need to roll that 20? Well, Cozy Gamer Dice is how you do it. So, go and get you some Cozy Gamer Dice.
And you could win some today. Thank you very much. And I feel like I've forgotten one. I'm not looking at a list today.
I think you hit them all.
Pretty sure I'll do an audit.
Troll Lord Games.
Troll Lord Games. How could I forget? Thank you very much. Troll Lord Games.
Chuck would be disappointed.
Also a super awesome sponsor. Chuck from Troll Lord came out for the con. He and Steven sent me a box of all kinds of CNC stuff, including stuff on the World of Aird, which will be the next campaign that we play on Sundays after this one. And we'll talk about the logistics of that. It may be a slightly different cadence, but we'll talk about that in the coming weeks.
Cadence?
I see what you did there. But also, Chuck DM'd a game for us, brought several giveaways for fans, and they are just a fantastic group. Chuck and Steven, class guys over there at Troll Lord Games. All right. What happened last time, Thomas?
All right, so if you missed 2 episodes ago, you missed some pretty emotional stuff that John mentioned a little bit of Irda having to leave the party, and in doing so, she left the party in the abyss itself. We had traveled through a gate deep underneath the glassworks in Sandpoint that had collapsed in on itself, and we were chasing a mysterious serial killer known as the Scribbler down into his maze under the glassworks, and at the end of it we found a portal to the abyss, and inside of it we found him hiding away with his pet eye monster, which we'll call a beholder, but it was insane and amazing, and we fought it, and we fought it hard. We started with a right good plan and lost it instantly, and that's normally how it goes, but some knives were thrown successfully, some knives were thrown rather unsuccessfully. There was a near death of Alcott. Thank you to Cade for saving his very life.
And that's how I roll.
Yeah, and I mean, Markov just basically soloed the majority of the fight, and some cool stuff happened. Some spells were thrown out by Alcott to attempt to confuse, but he saw right through it as a caster himself, and apparently one blessed by Lamashtu, thank you, herself. And by the end of it, we looted some pretty awesome stuff from this guy, some nice materials, some nice magic items,
Threw something
and
in the lava.
threw a horrible, jagged, saw-toothed sword into the lava that would have nearly killed Alcott. And we tried to dismantle whatever this obelisk that was channeling Thessalonian power into it underneath Sandpoint, but were unsuccessful in doing so. We decided to leave it and make our way out. And we began making our way to Fort Von Frost, where we will meet up with your friend and Shalelu, I imagine. And
my
that's kind of where we left
mule.
off. And your mule. That
Which
you
has been left there.
Yes, sent with her. But that
Okay.
is where we left off.
All right, so for sake of the story, we're going to narrate through this piece of it. We do have just a handful of weeks remaining with Chandler, and so we want to make sure that we don't rush things, but that we also keep it moving at the right pace. So the party does arrive successfully at Fort Von Frost. You spend a day, 2 days there, however long you wish to. You find the Pickled Pirate is near to completion. There's been tremendous progress that's been made. Everyone's working away. The wall has been repaired.
Love to hear it.
There is actually quite a bit of order now that is, they've been here for, several days, and they're getting this has been, I think, 3 weeks that they've been now at Fort Von Frost, getting everything in order. They're really starting to develop a sense of organization. You do find I'm sorry, I forgot your tier.
Tien.
Tien, yes, you
Yes.
do find Tien there. You are reunited with her in an emotional moment. She tells you of travails that she had coming here north. She tells you the woman Shalelu has ranged further north on her own, trying to explore where she thinks there may be some additional orc encampments that are going to harry the fort. So Shalelu is not here, but Tier, say it one more time.
Tien.
Tien.
Yeah.
Tien. I wanted to mix it up with Tiernal. Who
Yeah.
Tien. And so you are reunited with her. You spend time poring over the writings of the scribbler, the prophecies, the things that you have found and studied in the previous encounters, knowing that all things point to this Karzug, this ancient rune lord, this lost city that's referenced, the rune forge that is referenced. And as you triangulate across it, you sort of connect clues to see that there is some sort of entrance or gateway in the Rhymecrest Mountains, right above Stormunder. And while this is not a place that you have been to before, you know it's only perhaps 50 to 100 miles north of Fort Von Frost, further up into the northern mountains. In fact, I'll pull that up on the screen for everyone.
I imagine that we've had enough rest and spells cast and healing to get back to full health.
Everybody's fully healed. Everybody has, what you need in terms of spells memorized and everything else.
Before we left Sandpoint, I grabbed the spell component that I needed for that one spell. Cool.
Exactly.
Okay.
So I won't. So we'll stop there. Let's say it's been a day and a half. So you are in Fort Von Frost. Anything else that you would like to do, prepare, arrange, gather, and anything at all before you determine your next step?
The basics. I mean, get crossbow bolts and just basic ones, and see if Tian is willing to come with us, or if she is more focused on this orc incursion.
Tian did not go with Shalelu. Shalelu went alone. Tian, Markov, I don't really cherish the idea of being apart again. It's been so long. I could accompany you if you think I'll be helpful.
I believe that the times call for all hands to the matter. Alcott, do you believe another person with a sword could be of assistance?
Incredibly useful. Are you at all given powers by Iomade?
She's a cavalier, I would imagine, so I don't believe so.
A lady graces me, but I have no divine power.
We recently lost a powerful healer. I was hoping that you would be able to assist us in that. No offense meant by that, but we're going into dangerous waters, and we need every ounce that we can get.
I won't lie, Tian, it is incredibly perilous, and while I know that you are far more competent with the blade than I believe that there are many challenges that await us that may call for more than mastery of the sword.
It's all right. That's why we have Cade. Blessed by the gods himself.
I simply would not want to deceive you with the...
Well, we definitely don't need dead weight. But if she is
She's not
semi-capable with a sword...
She's very capable.
Okay.
Yet I do not wish to deceive her with the danger that this path holds.
She looks, when you say these words, she looks at you and says, I remember a time I was more powerful with a sword, but you look as though you have seen much. She reaches up and she kind of touches her own face, where your jagged lightning scar goes down your cheek.
Time has not treated me well, Tian. Yet Iomade has brought me here, back to you, and there's a reason for that. So I believe that with your company, we stand a chance at surviving. I worry.
All right, then I will go. I will not dead weight.
Good.
I am able to create false horses that we can ride. We'll attempt to increase our land speed. I dare not teleport us in a place where I do not know to go. We can stay safe in my cottage over the night and travel as we go. Is there anyone else we want with us? Anything else you need to do before we leave?
Drink?
Would it be at all smart to bring Gurgs with us? I point to the hill giant that resides in the fort.
Perhaps he could carry your golem, because a golem will not fit on horseback.
And would be a bit slow. I'm not sure quite how that would work.
It wouldn't. So, Gurgs with his long strides could probably keep up with us if you believe that he could behave himself.
Gurgs, can you lift this? And I point to my stone golem.
Hearing his name, he lumbers over. You can see he's leaned out a little bit in his time here working in the fort. Always massive and well-muscled, but now you see some of the fat has begun to shred off of him, and the musculature is really coming through on his deep tan skin. He looks over. That's his only response.
Could you attempt to lift it for me, Gurgs?
All right, so how did I describe your golem as 8 feet tall? Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's not a lightweight.
Yeah. Yeah, so Gurg walks over, takes one fleshy arm. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. As Walden gives him an impassive stare, he tries just wrapping one arm around it to lift it up, and you see the tendons strain on his neck. He puts it back down. Takes 2 arms. Lifts it up. He's holding it off the ground.
Would you like to come on a trip with us, Gurgs? I have a mission, one of great importance.
What do you mean?
You remember those family, or, well, I won't call them family, those other giants you came to the fort with? We met other giants in Sandpoint, and they were not as kind as you. The others of your kind are doing horrible things to the north. I would like your help in dismantling them. You know them better than anyone.
People. And he points around the fort.
They are capable fighters, Gurgs, and they have heroes here with them. Shalelu, if you remember, she came by. They should be good.
He shrugs.
You trust me?
He remembers what you did for him.
All right, well, we have him. Anything you need to do, Kate?
Fill up my flasks.
Why, of course.
Lee, no, not only did I not think I was trying to make the giant sound hot, but had I been trying, I would have imagined I was as far away from it as possible. So,
I don't know. You did a pretty good job.
all right, so you are taking Tien with you, and you're going to have Gerd carry Waldron.
Walmond, and I will. Oh, that lasts a very short amount of time.
Tien has her own horse, I would
Yeah.
imagine. Yeah.
Do we all have horses?
As a cavalier, I'm going to create horses.
Ah.
That would probably be better than bringing horses that we get attached to and then they die. You see Alcott reach his hands out onto what looks like the horn of a saddle, and he sort of leans his leg over as he says, "Coatus equus," and he gets lifted about 5 feet off of the ground, and next to all of you appear horses that stand bridled and ready to ride.
Are they phantasmal or are they?
They are.
Okay.
They appear ghostly, but they look exactly like the horses, wearing the same exact stuff that you saw at the Devereaux Manor.
Are they broken
Very
in?
impressive.
Very impressive indeed. I mean, they're sitting there still as a statue, waiting for you to ride them.
Wonderful. Then I'll take some stuff off Marbury the mule and put it on one of these horses. 'Cause Marbury is not going to be very fast.
No, I don't think he's going to be able to make the journey.
Yeah.
By the way, Pat, so the question came up a couple of times. We mentioned this when you got the shield recovered from Irda's ascended form, does function as the +3 weapon or +3 shield. It does not confer the true sight or the spell resistance, but it does confer speech. The way the shield's speech operates for him is the same way it operated for Irda. When he holds it with one hand, it can speak telepathically to him. If he seizes it with a second hand, where both hands are on it, he imbues the shield with the power to speak openly or audibly to others.
Great. I mean, we are as prepared as we can go into a frontal assault into the home of an ancient godlike being.
You make it sound so easy.
Oh, I know. I did lose daggers last battle, so
Yeah.
I go and get
You dagger
Stock
up.
all your
I
daggers.
dagger up.
Well,
You see they're putting the finishing touches on the prow of the ship.
I like that.
That's contingent contingency.
I have contingencies for these contingencies.
Yeah. Because I think we're pretty much prepared.
Hey,
Yeah.
thank you so much. We lost only a few viewers. We appreciate your patience.
Yes, thanks for staying.
A complete and utter lockup on the PC freeze. Before we resume, some of you might be wondering about this bandage. If you noticed, we had to cancel what was planned on LMA Wednesday, and we had Robert and Evelyn run a surprise LMA. With those of you who were here for the Renfest, you might remember that beautiful blue sword that I had that I carried around. You might also remember I was tapping it on my shoulder when I ran Terry's one-shot on last Sunday. What you might not remember is that when I was finished, I set it right back here, point down, and didn't sheath it. I have a rolling chair as well, and based on Terry's feedback of using my DSLR camera for the Tuesday night streams, I moved that camera over here. I went that night to turn it on. I stood up. I bumped my chair out of my way. And when I went to sit back down, my chair went right out from underneath me. I threw my arms back and I cut myself on my own sword. So yes, I have 10 stitches in this, right here on the side of this arm, 10 stitches from an actual live sword. I say that to make it sound cool only because I feel so stupid. It was the ultimate in stupidity, and I deserve what I got. All right. Yeah, the lesson in proper weapons storage.
Indeed.
Yes, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, so John, can I give a summary of some of the stuff we talked about while off camera to kind of append the the prep.
Yes, go
here.
ahead. Yeah.
So the idea, and
Yes.
correct me if I'm wrong, the Tome of Terror, which for those that don't know is the book that holds all the accounts that the Greed and the Brother Seven were basically funneling money through.
Garabras.
The plan is to ship that, teleport it with Alcott's magic in the days that we had to Gyron at the Temple of Abadar with a letter to also send it to the mother at the Temple of Iomade to get them collaborating, since they're the two most powerful churches in Magnamar. While we're out doing all this, they can begin doing the work they need to maybe unseat or maybe see justice done in that city, unseat Corroborus.
Right.
At their discretion, they would know
Sure.
how to.
We're setting up a
that.
really fun one-shot that you can write later down the road.
I think that's really cool. I like that a lot.
And one thing I want to do is in Fort Von Frost, I want to talk to Shreed before we leave.
Okay.
I give him a very big sack of platinum that I don't need.
Sir. He opens it up. Platinum.
Yes, you are to take 10,000 gold worth of that, and it is for this fort. You might have noticed that Ida is not with us.
Where is the lady? And by gods, man, what happened to you?
That is a long story to be told another day, and you must trust us for now. And I hope that I have bought that
Always
trust
trust a pirate.
tenfold. The rest of that money, if we do not make it back, you bring to Sandpoint and you take care of that town. You tell them that the Devereaux family has made good on the promise they kept.
His chest puffs out a little bit. I certainly will, sir. But I have every confidence you'll be back.
Thank you. I
And
need it.
Should you be concerned about Irda, she did not fall in battle. She merely went to go join her lady Saren Ray at her side. And she will guide this fort and protect it, I'm certain.
Yes.
Joy, sir.
It's a long story.
I'm a grown man. I don't need euphemisms.
This is no euphemism. I mean this as directly as possible. She is at Saren Ray's side at this moment.
Which, of course, you know is a term people
For
use
dying.
when someone has died.
Yes,
But
yes.
he's like, he begins to take your meaning. Really?
Her feet's in her
Hands?
and and her feet's in her hand. Yeah, her feet
is in her hand.
Yeah, no, it's all right. It's all right.
A faces.
Her feats in Saren Ray's name earned her the status of Avatar. And you should know that I believe this fort will be well protected. Even in her current position, she will make good on her promise to protect the people.
He swells with pride. I always knew the lady was special. God bless you.
I would be sure to take care of that she made up on top of the tower.
Of course.
You are her people now, and you are the bulwark of civilization in this part of the world. Do not fail her, and do not fail Saren Ray.
I will not, sir. I look forward to your safe return.
Me as well.
He walks off, kind of clutching the bag protectively.
We ride.
Onward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You head north. And as you ride through the rugged terrain, it grows colder and colder.
Are we going up onto the plateau?
Hang on here. I've got to change that back. 1 second. The monitor went. I'm sorry, repeat that question.
Are we going up onto Storval Plateau?
Yes.
Okay.
On, fix this. We have a frame and frame and frame mirroring effect.
The wind.
There's a place called the No Lands. I guess it could be the Nolans, but
There
Background
we go.
sound is very loud.
Yeah, for some reason, this particular
Yeah, the
sound
wind
effect,
sound
it
really-
never sounds loud in the room here, but this one in particular does seem to bother the viewers, so maybe I'll just stop using that one. Is that better? I mean, it sounds really quite quiet in here. Let me know if it's all right.
Well, it's in the distance, so I guess the wind's where they are.
oh goodness.
All right, sorry we've been off to bits of fits and starts here, but we'll get going.
All right.
Just have Chandler breathe heavily through his nostrils.
Thank you, Pat.
That'll really get the effect going.
I'll be like the guy in a radio play that just one balloon and
yeah, you're the Foley artist.
yeah.
All right, so I'm going to just roll for random encounters here as you're traveling. So you ride north. You do notice that after a time, Gurgs begins to labor just trying to carry Waldron and they say it right that
Walmond.
Walmond. Why do
You'll
I
get it
always-
one day.
Well, I've gotten it right before, but then I always revert back. Walmond. So he actually tries to shift Walmond on his shoulder. Thomas, but as he does so, Walmond is remaining stiff as a board.
Alcott, we don't want to overladen the giant. Perhaps it's best we aren't moving at a pace on these hills.
So we can take.
That Walmond can walk, and should we encounter any terrain that's too difficult, then Gurg can.
Yes. Gurgs, take a small break, and I will mentally tell Wallman to sort of assist Gurgs in setting him down so it's not awkward. Like you said, he's quite stiff. And I imagine that Gurgs kind of wants him to bend over his shoulder, but
Right,
let's give him a
that was
small
kinda
break,
the- okay.
and then I'll instruct him once he picks him back up to
Okay.
bend over
All
his
right.
shoulder.
He sets him back down, and while again there are no words, you just feel an emanating sense of indignity coming from Walmond.
And you would say that Wallman weighs more than 1,300 pounds?
I was going to say he was, when I was sort of doing the mental math in my head, I was putting him around 1,400 to 1,600 pounds.
Okay. I have floating disc that can only hold 1,300 pounds, but if Gurgs were to
Sure.
give a slight lift, he
Yeah,
could just
yeah.
push the disc
Yeah,
forward.
he essentially.
Then I'll do that. I will cast floating disc and give him Wallman something to stand on. He essentially becomes a mini that Gurgs pushes forward, standing on his little disc.
Very cool spell use. So you do that, and then yes, Gurgs looks at you suspiciously. He bends down to grab the disc with both hands, and as he does, he flings Walmond.
Oh, goodness,
into
careful.
the air. Because he was not
Yes.
he was prepared for that weight. Flings him into the air, but again, it's only going to be now. Let's call it 200 to 300 pounds that's coming back down. So Gurgs catches him and looks at you with wonder in his eyes.
Remind me to teach you some magic at some
Big
point.
magic.
Yes, big magic. I've cast a level 1 spell.
On our travel, I'd like to roll a survival with the aid of my horse to try and catch something for Gurgs, because I imagine we have packed rations for ourselves.
Right.
A hungry giant by day 3 is going to become a problem.
Why don't you go ahead and do that while I roll
Okay.
random encounters?
It's still pretty good with the bonuses.
With the bonuses.
Why did I think he was a stone golem?
He's a stone golem.
So he needs to eat though?
No, Gurgs is a hill giant that we also brought along with us.
I'm just worried-
He lived in the
Yeah,
fort.
an unnatural
Okay.
20.
Remember, he was the big guy you guys sort of rescued when you killed the other
Yeah.
giants.
Yeah.
Is he with us?
Yeah, you guys brought him. He's the voice that I'm doing.
Because we're going to fight
Walmond
giants.
doesn't talk. I'm
Oh, well,
Gurgs.
okay, okay.
I've got 2 really big dudes
Yeah,
behind
he's got the stone golem with him, and he's got the hill giant with him.
Cade's clinking with all the rum that he's drinking as we go. So I don't know what's going on.
Which one's which? The golem's looking like it's made of flesh.
So I got an unnatural 20 trying to hunt big game for this giant, because he does not want rabbits.
Yeah, well, and there is ample game here. So roll one more time, please.
Yeah. So I got a 20 the first
So we're
time.
kind of doing like identification and then
And then
tracking.
a 16.
A 16. All right, yeah. So you, as you're hunting through, you find a lone heart in the forest, and you put a crossbow bolt right through the side of its head.
Great, wonderful. I'll call out to the rest of the group and just say, Gurgs has a meal should he want it.
Good. Then we can camp here for the night, and I'll cast Secure Shelter, and that's pretty much the pattern for the 3
Yeah,
days
Okay,
going
all right.
forward.
So there are no encounters in the first day. You've provided ample food for
We're not
birds.
cooking the deer.
No.
Oh, God, that's disgusting.
The second day, you do come across some tracks that are sort of going east to west, and it looks like a heavy troop of humanoids. Based on what you heard back in the fort, could be orc-sized boots moving from east to west. across your path.
I was going to say, I think there's an easy way to determine if these are orcs, and I'm going to scan the feet lines and see if I notice any scatological remains that the orcs have left on their journey.
You in fact, you do. Yes, you don't have to go far.
No, I don't.
You do find that.
Yeah, orcs. I'm almost certain.
Oh, crap.
Literally.
I will send a message. I will use a mythic power to send a message to Shalelu to let her know where we saw them coming from, so that she can do what she needs to protect Von Frost.
Okay. All right. You do make contact with her, so you send that message out. You continue on. No other encounters the rest of that day. You camp out that night. Again, any conversations, any notes, anything beyond just this pattern that you're carrying forward?
I'll keep up the watch at night, especially after we see the orc tracks, to make sure that I don't hear anything.
I do contemplate that Gurgs was helping with the building of the Pickled Pirate. Did we leave somebody in charge of that?
Of the what? No, Gurgs was the one just moving raw materials.
Oh.
Remember, you had the Haveling woman that was leading the.
Okay.
There seemed to be so little left.
Yeah, the major raw material, the walls have been repaired, the stones have been moved, the timber's been moved. So now they're doing this sort of carpentry work that would be beyond his ability anyway. His main benefit at this point was either carrying heavy things for them or protection.
Well, a conversation I think that we can have with Tian is just explaining exactly what we've been up to since I've joined with them.
Yeah, so obviously she's filled with innumerable questions. She seems very interested in this woman called Irda, and asks you more about her and Saren Ray and her worship.
I'm certain Alcott can tell you all about Irda.
Anytime Irda's brought up, Alcott just sort of silently walks away. He's not going to get into that.
A fortress of a woman, a real champion of her faith. She was indomitable. We are at a loss without her. That is for sure.
These surely sound like shoes I cannot fill, but I will aid as I can.
Huzzah! Drink to Irda.
Let this be known that you were not brought in as some halfway replacement for somebody. Okay, be polite.
She's no Irda.
No, she isn't. She's Tian.
She'll have to prove her worth.
She's proved it well enough, just without us here. I know that you went on several quests. That's the reason you had to leave the Abbey. How did those go?
My trials were difficult, but they sound trifling compared to what you've encountered. Several bandits that were attacking and members of the faith which were betraying. I don't even feel they were speaking of compared to what you've done.
Members of the faith, but heretics?
Yes.
I'll spend some time talking with her about where she saw those members.
Okay, go ahead.
There were multiple magic items that we grabbed from this guy. There was a cloak, there was that feather. I believe I already identified one of the things. God, it's been a hot minute since that, and I tried to look through my notes and I don't.
All right.
For some odd reason, I don't think I wrote any of it down.
Hold on. You found
the sword we threw away.
a sword which you got rid of.
There was another returning dagger.
Yes, there was. I had
So now you have
two.
two returning daggers.
Oh, we do need to identify the feathers at some
That
point.
was
I'm going to identify everything.
And that was actually on the scribbler's body.
The returning dagger.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And then the cloak was on his body. And here. I'm not finding that. One second.
There was that
I know what the quill is.
yeah,
I've got the quill. And that was the one I suggested to you felt like the power of an artifact.
Yes, which I would like to identify if possible.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us today. And we're really just getting into the meat of today's session. We appreciate you all being here with us. Please note, if you are watching today and you haven't given us a follow, or if you're a follower and you haven't given us a sub, or you're a sub whose sub has expired, and yes, there are some, because we've not streamed, you haven't seen me DM on this channel since BlueBoxCon.
Oh, wow.
And then we've missed a couple of other streams with people being out, but thank you so much for all those that have run streams in the meantime, keeping the community engaged. Great content. I'm so appreciative to all of you. But if your sub expires, then we have one question for you. What are you doing? Come on, give us a follow, give us a sub.
gosh.
Okay.
What are you doing?
There was a breastplate,
Yes.
a cloak, and the quill.
Yes. But the returning dagger, we know what that one
Yeah,
does.
you already got that one.
So, what do the other three things do and are? What do?
And the feathers.
You want to say that again?
What are
Do.
they?
What do?
All right, so the breastplate is a rather uninteresting +1. Just a regular +1 breastplate. The cloak is a cloak of charisma +2. So it adds 2 points to anyone's charisma.
Oh,
that wears
that's
it.
right. You have the cloak of flying.
Ah.
You don't have anything.
I don't have any of your arcane items, no.
I think the flying is probably better than high charisma. I say in character. It makes you look rather dashing, though, doesn't it?
I
and
think
then
so.
the breastplate you can't really take advantage of. Cade, would you be opposed to wearing this?
What is it?
It's a steel breastplate that might increase your AC.
It seems so rough and cumbersome upon me chest.
Yes, but how many times have you been cut upon that chest and wished you had a nice
I've lost
piece of
arms.
steel?
I haven't lost my chest yet.
Kate, can you imagine what's hidden in that torso of yours?
A heart of gold.
Yes, would you like that to
More of
remain
wrong.
untouched?
I don't want it ripped out.
Then a breastplate might help you, and it doesn't restrict your movement as much as you would think.
Don't we have mithril anywhere?
It's a bit heavy for
That's
me.
a rather rare material for you to know about.
How do you know about that?
Yeah.
I will give it to you. If you want to wear it, you could try it on your character sheet, see if it affects anything negatively, but
You, do you need help with that, putting the breastplate on there?
on the RPG scribe, it might affect some of your movement and stuff.
How do I do that?
And the quill. Last but not least, I will identify.
All right, the quill, most interesting of all. Again, it's very colorful. The plumes of extremely fine detail, and it's got this verdant green
Oh,
to
yeah.
it, with almost it looks like an eye at the top of one of the feathers.
Oh, nice.
You can kind of see
Looks
it there
almost
on
blood
stream.
splattered.
Yeah, I don't trust
There's
it.
sound. There should be sounds of wind. Okay. So it's for some reason it's very. That's
always
one,
wind.
No. They're saying this one is okay. I'm using the one in Sirenscape now instead of the one. I mean the one in Tailspire instead of the one in Sirenscape. For some reason,
Maybe Sirenscape just pumps stuff.
even though it doesn't sound louder to us, it sounds very loud to the streamers. Whereas they're saying, or the viewers, which I think they're saying now, this sounds like it's okay. All right, so.
The quill.
It has a name you discern from it. Etched in the finest arcane writings along the edge of the quill itself. The Revelation Quill. It has a strong divination aura. And you don't know its history, but you do sense it is fashioned from the tail feather of a peacock. The nib of it is made of bone, and it seems strangely heavy in your hand. Wow, we really? I can't. Was that what? Just me saying the nib is made of bone, or what?
Just the word nib got
And for
I didn't even
Chandler,
get to made of just the nib.
I think for Chandler it was when you said it's fashioned from a peacock, and he was like, "Oh, I thought you were gonna say phoenix or something cool."
Okay, so you are able to discern that if it's placed in an empty vial or a glass of some size and left there for an hour, it will fill the container with ink.
Okay.
It can become a standard writing implement that will generate its own ink, but its
Great.
true ability lies to answer questions that you pose. Once per day, if you concentrate on a future goal, event, or activity occurring within a week, the Revelation Quill takes over and writes out a short phrase in response, often in the form of a cryptic rhyme or omen,
that.
much in the same way a divination spell functions.
But John loves cryptic rhymes and omens. he really leans on cryptic.
How would I?
Oh,
Players need help. What is that? Is that an initiative bonus?
Once per week, you may use the quill in the same way and cast contact other plane.
ooh. You could, you know who you could talk to with that.
You're gonna make me write a letter and a video of me writing the letter. It's gonna be really emotional, and I'm gonna do it. How will die? How will die? Who will die?
But so we could. Do you bring this up? Sorry, I don't want to.
Yes, I imagine that is the first thing that I identify.
This is wonderful. We could use it to try and gauge the defenses.
Or some sort of advantage.
We got an initiative bonus.
Thank you very much,
Why don't you
Wayne.
keep track of that?
We could use this to gauge the defenses of Karzu's fortress.
Or we could get no information useful at all. It's the thing about...
We already have no information.
I went to a school of seers. I know how they like crypticism, or whatever you might like to call it. Its answers are never clear. But we can gain information, yes. Information we wouldn't have otherwise.
I say use it.
Yes, of course.
In the meantime, that way perhaps people can't gain information on us. Let me detect if there's if we're being scried upon.
Yes, why not?
And that is something that I do over the travel as well, not just at that
Yeah.
one instance, because it lasts 24 hours.
And you do not sense any scrying.
Okay.
There have been no touch, no tendrils, nothing you've had to resist.
Great, wonderful.
You feel as though you wander this northern expanse
train.
on your own.
We do travel unknown.
Good. I would prefer to keep it that way. Would I have any sense that me knowing this object's history might aid me in a better way to use it? Like knowing how to phrase the questions correctly or something like that? Because I have
No.
spells that can unlock
Only in the
lore.
sense, I mean, you're familiar with divination, familiar with spells that attempt to divine, so you have that sort of generalized knowledge, but you also know much of this just comes with experience.
What should we ask? We have a couple of days.
What should we ask?
We can ask a question of the quill, and the quill will finish it.
Oh.
Answer it.
Will we live?
Well,
No. It can't determine what is undetermined. I don't believe.
I think that's exactly what it does. But
Oh.
will we live might just answer the next hour.
Oh. Will we live forever?
Well,
Well, that's a no.
almost certainly the answer will be no.
Thank you very much for the hype train.
Woo! When will we die?
Well, that's...
I don't-
How will we die?
Well,
a bit-
first off, which would you prefer to know? I mean, both would allow you to live in paranoia.
Well, if we find out how we die, it could mean, if we're totally flayed open or
You're talking about being
fried
flayed.
or
Wouldn't that make you live in fear of whatever it is, especially if it's something mundane? Wouldn't it be far more useful to know the date than the cause?
when will we die?
But I don't think that philosophical conundrum aside, I don't think that's as practically
We often
useful.
pondered over it at the stone.
How
Yeah.
do we kill those that want to kill us?
Oh, that is actually not a bad idea.
Oh!
Listen, we were given a
What?
few
Kane
names.
to the rescue again!
What is Karzu's weakness?
We were
What
given
is-
a few names, Karzog and
Look at me.
Elasnist.
I take another swig of rum.
If we could know their weakness somehow, we could turn it into our strength.
Yes, but it seems more to know the events of what will occur.
No,
not
I like
knowledge
his
of what
better.
is-
What will be Karzog's downfall? But that would be far too vague. You could say something like pride or
Greed.
Yeah.
Where can we find Karzog's weakness?
there could be value in that, and we could.
Where will we find Karzog's weakness?
Well, let's hope. we
How
don't
do we
find it.
find Kozak?
Who do we
3
find?
hours later. I should have known better to give this
question words at
party.
Okay. We have 3 days to attempt a couple of questions.
What? I would perhaps start with what? Well, no. How will you will determine? You are a seer of the stone. Did you ever figure out what those feathers did?
Yes, I will also try to and identify the feathers, and while you tell me what the feathers do, I will think of a question to ask.
Because we have 18 feathers remaining.
Yes. No, we had less than that, because I used 4 of them to be brought back.
4. Okay.
So we have 14 feathers.
All right, so that's one of your questions?
No, I'm going to identify the feathers, not...
Okay, well, so, I mean, I mentioned to you already last time, they have a strong... Thank you so much! Mike Disney, Pat Draws, Wayne gave 300 more, so that actually gives a plus to initiative to each of you. So you all got an advantage earlier. Now you all have a plus to initiative that you can use. And then Mike Disney just gave 500. Mike, let us know what that is for. Pat Draws, thank you for all the gift subs. Including, I see some of our friends there that are in the chat and some that are lurking. Congrats on getting those gift subs. We really appreciate all the support. As you know, we've had a challenging couple of weeks here with players being out and with DMs cutting themselves with swords, literally. And so we appreciate you guys being here to help us out. Ren Reb! Okay, so you guys are supporting so much today. We're going to do 2 things instead of 1 thing as far as giveaways. 1, I am going to give away
Chinzalis.
these mini gamer dice, cozy gamer dice. This gorgeous set, I'll show them to you openly at the break, but we'll do that as a giveaway today. And then because of all the support we're getting today, we're also going to give away one of these brand new Ferox Fabrications dice tubes. This is a wooden blue box dice tube. You can only get them here. Laser engraved with our logo. Will hold a full set of dice in it, and we're going to give one of these away. I don't think anybody has one of these yet. I don't believe I gave any away at the con. Thank you so much, everyone. I can't shout everybody out fast enough, but thank you. All right.
So Renweb gave 1,000 and then 400.
Yeah, so Renreb, that's up to so that's 1,400. So that's good for 7 plus 1s. I said advantages earlier, I meant plus 1s. So if he doesn't say he wants to give them to the DM, I'm going to assume he's going to divide them among the players. I'll give him a chance to let us know where he wants us to go.
How
For once
generous.
defaulting to the players.
And Mike Disney as well. Let us know what you want us to do with those 500. If I missed that in the chat. All right. What do we do with those, Wayne? What do we do with them?
Man, people are going crazy.
All right. Okay. Holy crud. Well, yeah.
Huzzah.
Okay. So you guys have to help me with this. So I have 8 more plus 1s. Those all go to the players. So you just to make it easy now, we'll go 3, 3, 2 on that set that just came in. And then I haven't heard from Renreb, so I'm going to see. Players. Plus 1 to player. Oh, okay, so.
I already added Mike Disney's.
All right, so each of you get 2 from Renreb.
Okay.
I get 1 from Renreb. Mark that down. Thank you.
Okay, I am ready to ask my first question, John.
All right, hang on. I want to make sure we get all this because it could become important here soon.
It better be. Would you like some rum before you ask it to make sure?
All right, I think we got all that. Thank you so much, everyone. We are halfway to a level 5 hype train. I cannot believe we're getting that on a lazy Sunday afternoon after being off for so much over the past couple of weeks. You guys are the best. The support is incredible.
After all those one-shots for all they wanted was us to die, seeing them actually want us to live is very
Now they're here to
odd.
watch us live, yeah.
All right, another one from the DM. Thank you. Dixie Doodle, you not given 200. That's good enough to give somebody a plus 1. Tell us who you want that to go to. Dixie Doodle for the DM. Let's go. Rude. That's my daughter. All right. Okay. Question 1 was what?
I start writing. I go to
Mom can't believe it. She's done.
when I cast the secure shelter, it creates a desk for me with paper and inkwells ready to go.
Right.
I go to a sheet of parchment and I let the quill sit in there while we cook some food, and then I go back to the desk, and on a piece of paper I write, "We will find the gate to Shimzalis. What must we do to prepare for the traps and enemies to us that lie beyond that gate?" And then I just sort of let go of the quill, and I imagine that it just sort of floats there and continues writing the sentence right afterwards as I just let it continue writing afterwards.
Oh, that's like Jeopardy.
Ding, ding, ding.
You see, I mean, you knew it would happen, but actually seeing it happen is mesmerizing. The quill dips itself, the nib plump with ink, presses down.
That's the name of your next tavern. The Plump Nib.
That's with a B.
Yeah.
Nibbles and bits.
The quill touches down onto the parchment, and in a flowing script. Actually, the style looks very antiquated. It scrawls out 2 phrases, fairly plain speaking. No rhymes or omens to these. The first one simply says, "You must speak and open the mouths of the ancients. You must prepare to face the White Guardian."
Okay.
The White Guardian.
Alcott, you seem
Well,
puzzled.
we've been given answers by the quill.
Anything good?
Don't name it the short nib.
Yeah.
I told you they were going to be cryptic. Speak and open ancient mouths, and something about a White Guardian.
That's why I wanted a direct question for a direct answer.
This quill isn't going to give you a single direct
Well,
answer.
perhaps tomorrow we can learn a little bit more about the White Guardian itself.
Yes. I would also like to learn more about Karzog himself, but I don't know. We need to be prepared to get to him at least.
Yes, we do.
You notice that Gerg was just staring over your shoulder with rapt attention, and he just, as all this has happened, he stares at you with wonder, increasing wonder each day. He has moved from one with a sense of loyalty to you. This seems to be moving toward worship, and he watches this quill move. Very big magic.
Thank you, Gergs. It's I'll teach you some of it one day, once we get out of this.
Good, not smart.
Oh, you're smarter than you believe.
Do you really believe teaching a giant magics is a good idea?
We've come across a number of giants with magic. Perhaps you're right. He's got a good heart, though.
I have a large stomach.
And I
He's
will cast
eaten
Identify
two
on the
full
feathers,
deer.
just to... Is it 2d4 plus 2 healing? Is
Yeah, so yeah, it's what I told you. So if it's just used in and of themselves, it's like a cure serious wound.
it Cure Serious?
Like a cure serious wound for each feather. But you also sense it has the power to, varying based on spell effect, augment other types of divination spells. Or I'm sorry, not divination, divine
magics.
spells, divine magics.
Which is...
Not-
Thank you.
How many did you take? You took... I took, like, 6, and I think I have 2 left because the four that were on me disappeared when I came back up.
There was a total of 19 that we
and
rolled.
Kate, I believe, used some
whatever was
to
left
help
over.
with
Oh, the
healing.
feathers?
Yeah.
No.
No?
Well, yes, but we'll just take them out of my number.
was that yours?
So I have 2 left.
What are you talking about, feathers?
4 off of 19,
Yes.
so we have 15 left.
I had 12 feathers.
You have 12 feathers. Yeah, so I had... That would
Okay,
be
so it
7.
was 18,
So
yeah.
I have 5. I give you 3. You have 12. Do you want to give some of those away?
Wait, but no, you used 4, and there were only 18 total.
No, I know. I
Okay.
had 7. Now I... Oh, Yes, you're right. Now I have 3. I give you those 3.
Thank you.
Okay, so you got 12, you got 3.
You both are casters of the divine. These feathers can assist you in casting those spells. They might augment them, make them more powerful. Your healing magics could be more powerful.
I would recommend giving some to Tian should she find herself in harm's way.
Yes, she is
It
blessed
is
by Omade.
important to keep her up.
I would like to have some as well.
I don't wish to impose. These were earned in your own combats.
It's
Okay,
not-
we'll keep them. Just kidding.
It's not imposing. Your life is just as valuable as ours, Tian.
Perhaps, but these are boons that you have earned in combat, and I would not seek to somehow. She keeps eyeing Cade.
Yeah.
She sees the greed and the mistrust in Cade's eyes.
Surely you can give a single feather.
A single feather.
I hold my hand out next to Cade as I'm
aren't you
writing
well
notes
known
down.
for being sweet to the ladies, Cade?
Ladies.
But single ones? I don't do that.
Okay.
She's a little brutish for my tastes.
Day 2's question.
Okay. Hard cut.
Hard cut.
I'll let that go.
When we meet the White Guardian of Shimzalis, what will be the way in which he is felled?
What is your favorite color?
It takes a moment. The quill then finally comes back and it scrawls. The question is presumptuous, but I shall attempt a response. The way will be apparent to you when you see the creature. But understand, it is quite intelligent. It will take martial skill, powerful magics, and much luck. And even then, you may have to contend with its lair.
It has a lair.
Oh, what does that mean?
It means where it
Dragon?
resides, it is...
A dragon.
I've killed a dragon before. This
No,
should be no
you-
problem.
You,
No,
you
you
say
didn't.
that and Alcott just freezes.
I'm tired of
It's
this
a
line.
dragon.
I'm going to
Oh no.
do a history or a monster lore check. That starts ringing a bell when Alcott shares about its lair and Cade talks about a dragon. To know if there is, in the history of this area, knowledge of a powerful white dragon of some kind.
Okay.
Can I also do that? But he's rolling monster lore. Could I roll like history
really-
since I've lived here?
I just really believe Cade just stumbles across right now.
Yeah, I know, right? Twice you've done it.
But I love it.
It's a dragon.
All right, both of you go ahead and
Make our rolls.
Hey, that's pretty good.
Man, what is mine? Magical aptitude. Hey, it's not a spellcraft roll, right? No. What are we gonna say for this? History.
yeah, you can try history.
14.
No.
I did roll a natural one.
Yeah, I mean there are, and you should always tell me that. So actually, that changes it.
Yeah. Dragons. They're cool.
What do they do?
I probably don't know a heck of a lot about the plateau and what exists up
You
here.
know, you actually begin to remember some childhood stories you heard of giant yeti that roamed these hills, taking the bones of their victims back to their caves. Clearly, you're quite confident this is what this is.
No, Kate, you're wrong. It's a yeti.
I got a 31.
No question.
A yeti.
Yeah.
You got
Yes,
a 31?
they have layers.
And you were using what?
Monster
Like
lore.
onions.
Liar.
You know this is vague enough really the two descriptions that you got were, that it was white, that it had a lair,
and it was
that it was highly intelligent.
Yeah.
It would be the key pieces that you've got. You can think of several things which would describe this, including some things which could be demonic in nature. Of certain planar creatures. You do know, of course, that could be dragons. It could be a white dragon. There's other sorts of creatures. You think of several, but to the points that you've heard, Yeti seems possible, but not typically highly intelligent. So you would think either planar, or perhaps even like ice golems, creatures of frost, or white dragons.
Yeah, okay. Wait, so you say the Yeti?
You're wrong, Cade. It's a Yeti.
Oh, does he have big sharp teeth? Does he drag children away from their beds?
Yes. Horrible stories.
You sound like a child, Alcott.
Ah!
You're far too smart to say something so dumb.
Yes, he.
Do you really think a Yeti would be the thing that's guarding this city?
Could be a big Yeti. I don't know. Maybe they have an army of Yetis.
Well, you recall also, sometimes these ancient civilizations, they would tame the humanoid or larger humanoid types of creatures. They could be in centuries of ceremonial service.
Ancient beings, perhaps augmented by odd magics.
Ancient Yetis hiding deep below the earth.
Get to your point. I can sense it.
I do not believe it is a Yeti. I did want to.
Neither do I.
Yeah, I did want to poke you in the ribs a little bit.
Well, you've done quite good at that.
It could be a number of things. A dragon is one possibility.
Huzzah.
Although, knowing what we know about the Runelords, it's possible that they could have enslaved a planar being to their will, some being of frost. It could even be, I don't mean to say a djinn.
Frost giant?
Potentially. Frost giants are of this world.
Oh.
You believe it to be extraplanar?
I believe it could be extraplanar, and if it is, if we had some way to banish it.
Coulda, shoulda,
John.
woulda.
Yes.
That night, I am going to attempt to scry on the White Guardian.
Okay.
Because I know its name. And I know its approximate, area that it would be in.
Yes.
So, I want to... Let's see what sort of modifiers that gives me on my
What are
scry.
the modifiers?
It's not going to be great, let me tell you
You
that.
see white. It's awful. It's horrifying. It's a Yeti.
I swear.
This is the consequence of rolling a 1 in my campaign.
No, I'll take it. It's funny.
It's not just fumbles. It's
You might have a nightmare about
so
a Yeti.
this is
pulling
why
you from your
oftentimes
bed.
I will roll these without them knowing, because the presumption is a true fumble on a knowledge roll means not just that you don't know, it means that you think you know and you don't know.
Listen, I stick with it even if it was public, because Alcott coming up with a different answer than me, I would still respond. I'm right.
What does... So,
A jargon.
no. What? Wait, what's my name? Kay. Kay.
That's also
What?
in character. Yeah, that's in character.
What's my name?
I was like, Cade should know what Tion looks like, because that will affect the way he treats her also. So what does she look
Yeah, I was
like?
wondering. Yeah, so
Rate her on a scale of 1 to 10.
Go ahead and describe her for us, and then also charisma and
That's what you're
cunningness.
asking.
I don't know if you rolled the
Yeah,
cunningness
absolutely.
for
I would imagine in my head she came from a Outlander clan from the north before she joined an abbey. So brutish isn't necessarily too far off.
Oh, man, I'm
she's
good.
rather firmly built, almost like an old Conan.
Oh boy, that is not his time. I have been treating her quite
Maybe not so massive as Irda, but and she keeps her hair very close cut. Why would you have long hair on the battlefield? Is her thought. Gladiatorial spirit, as you said, likes her drink, likes her horses, but as he's played her,
Might
she's
have that in
keeping that etiquette.
We'll be bar
from
pals,
her
not
cavalier's duty.
Right, exactly.
anything more.
Especially around people she doesn't know super well.
Well, and you would almost sense it's more than just keeping the etiquette. It's almost an overcompensatory behavior, knowing that she comes from an uncultured background. She really tries to maintain the airs of civility and the things that she's learned in her training.
Yeah. woman. She's probably taller than you.
Oh, well, that is not
He's
no
not that.
bueno for Cade. So that's why he's playing this one.
Intimidated?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
One final question.
Yes. All right. So
On day 3.
all right. So and let me just kind of
Yes.
set the
Narrate.
scene. You are getting now to the base of the Rimeskull Mountains, and you see the peaks are very sharp, and then become jagged. And then you see monstrous peaks off in the distance. Hard to tell how many miles away, but it actually ascends up into the clouds. It's extremely cold here. Remind me what you're all wearing in terms of warmth coverings.
When they first met Alcott had procured, whether he bought it or from his family, a rather thick fur cloak that basically buttons all the way down, trench coat style, that he wears over his normal garb,
Okay.
I had my contingency plan in place.
which is
I had a contingency for whatever I needed back where we were. I had a contingency that I got whatever I needed for the circumstances that I needed it for.
well.
So what are you wearing?
Describe your cold weather clothing.
Okay,
then.
I'll give you that one time. One time.
crap!
Okay. Go ahead. What
I
are you
don't-
wearing then? Yeah, it's cold. You knew.
It's
you knew
whatever
how to-
I need for
Well,
warmth.
describe it. What's it look like? What's Cade wearing? You don't know what cold weather clothing looks
Find a fur jacket.
like?
For a long
Furry
jacket.
boots.
Yeah.
Furry boots and a fur jacket. Why do I imagine it like the kind that the NBA players come walking in?
Yeah.
Now? Like, it's-
Cade's got some Uggs on.
Where? All right. Sorry.
Anachronism.
We allow the occasional anachronism here. Okay. And you?
I'm wearing. I mean, my clothes are typically suited for pretty warm weather. The added additions are,
Cold weather, you mean?
yeah, cold weather. I've got a scarf that I've got off Marbury that I can wrap around my face to form a mask against the wind that
Okay.
kind of just goes behind me in the wind. And then you can tell, instead of wearing normally just that white shirt underneath, there's another layer of covering
Layers.
below the coat.
Okay.
Yeah. But otherwise, pretty similar to what you've imagined.
Okay. Good.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Because Markov's always
Cameron said Cade's got the boots with the fur.
Yeah.
All right. So. Oh yeah, apple bottom too. All right. So. You are now.
He's got the booty.
As you're ascending. All right, we're devolving here. See, this is what happens when I tell my players I want to move the story
Yeah.
along. It's
So,
just-
as we're ascending the mountain,
Yeah.
do the spires of it look at all similar to the image that Alcott saw when he looked through the spyglass?
I mean, it is difficult to tell from this distance. I mean, all you could tell in terms of the topography was that it was a very tall mountain.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not looking for the
But
exact spire.
This is some distance away.
Oh.
We have one more question, right?
Yes.
Perhaps knowing where this rune well is, if it
Yes.
is the seat of Karzu's power, could be helpful.
Read this question I've been mulling over and tell me if it's good enough.
You wrote the question before?
I like to prepare.
Oh, okay.
The White Guardian,
Yeah.
I tried to scry on it.
Oh, yes,
You
yes.
Get you get a +5 to your will save because I only know its name.
Okay, perfect.
The DC.
Well, actually, no, you don't know its name.
It sounds
Well,
You
but I've
received
heard
a
of it.
You received a description.
I have second-hand knowledge, essentially.
Well,
is
but
what that
again,
meant.
name is a very specific thing,
Okay,
right?
you're right. I don't know its name.
If,
But,
if someone called you the Blue Wizard, that doesn't mean they know
Very
your
good
name.
point.
Ooh, that's a good name.
the DC is 20.
Okay.
Will save with a +5 on top of its regular
Let's
modifier.
hope it doesn't have a spell save.
Nothing.
I didn't-
You,
I
it's
ass-
like searching the endless areas of the mountains reveal nothing.
I can't see it, so we have no affirmation whether it's a dragon or not, but I think we should go in with that assumption.
Or potentially.
Something otherworldly. Can you,
Yeti.
What do you know of Dragon's Lair? Anything that can bring us an advantage in the fight?
I don't know yet what to do,
if it
but
is- if it
I
is-
think
Would you like to roll a monster lore roll on my behalf for what I might know about a white dragon's lair? Again, we're making an assumption that it could be that,
Yes.
and not something plainer.
But man, when Cade said dragon, that got Alcott.
So
the Yeti thing.
What's your question again?
So I was hoping you can make a monster lore roll on my behalf to know about any knowledge on a white dragon lair. Again, we're making the assumption that it could be a white dragon, but
Any advantage we can get.
plus 14 is
Plus
what
14.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
He thinks it's like.
You know that from what you have read, white dragons typically prefer lairs that are open atop high peaks beneath the sky, unlike many other dragons that prefer caves. You seem to remember studying that somewhere.
Yeah. There was a book, I believe it was of drakes and something else. I forget what the second one is. It was an alliteration type of book for the title. I can't remember. Anyways, the dragon, it seems to prefer cliffs, open spaces for its lair. So keep your eyes up if you do believe that. I am certain that I will. Any movement up there could beguile a dragon.
Don't I have that telescope I got? I pull it out. Don't I have one? The spec.
No, he's got it.
He has a
Oh,
spyglass.
rats!
Do you bring that up?
Alcott, you kind of quirk a brow. You recall reading in your studies that such beasts preferred caves as others, typically caves of ice or caves deep inside of icy mountains.
Are you sure you know white dragons? Maybe you were reading a children's story.
Oh, is that it? No, I'm quite certain. I promise you, I can't remember the name of the book, but I remember its contents.
He's not sure to trust you just yeti.
If we are making the assumption that it's not a Yeti, which is a wild assumption that it's not, I think a white dragon would prefer being in a cold cave than up in the skies, where the sun beats down on it all day.
I am telling you what I know.
You're
and
telling me what you read.
Yes.
I'm also telling you what I read. History is written by the survivors, so perhaps it saw one on a mountaintop and assumed it was its lair.
Well, if it's in a cave, then we will have to look out for giant openings on the ground
Well,
as well.
Cave schmave!
we were told-
We have something to
Okay,
say.
you're walking as this discussion is going on. And so you're now you're moving up into the Rhymeskull Peaks, and you can see trailing down below to the left of you. You see the shoreline of Lake Stormunder, a huge, massive mountain lake. Frost across the top of its surface. The ground rises up in the craggy snow, the chill wind biting even through your thick and heavy garments. You see the snow-dappled roots of the mountain, ancient, ascending up ahead. Several hundred feet from the lake's edge, it suddenly levels off. You see now that the path becomes, instead of just snow and regular tundra, you see the remnants of an ancient stone path, broken in many places, much as you see on the screen here. The mountains rise up to the right and ahead of you, sheer cliff off to the left, down to the lake, and now beneath your feet, these ancient cobbled stones clumped together with small stone abutments along the side of them.
Markov, can I see your seeing glass thing?
Yes, treat it very carefully. And it was of Drakes and Delvers, by the way. That's the book.
Yes, I believe that
I
was a
take his
children's
seeing
book,
glass, they put it to my eye,
if I
and I
recall.
span the horizon. Scan the horizon.
I see.
I scan the span of the horizon.
Yeah, I see Cade just like
Not even able to see anything.
Cade, what are you doing?
I'm looking for dragons.
Look up.
I am.
Well, all right. So first of all,
Looking for caves.
Cliffs.
as Markov takes it out, it again has this automatic, and it opens up. You know, something immediately catches your eye. The K on the side now has a faint blue glow to it.
Hey! What?
Look. Do you see the K?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen it glow before?
All I know is I want to look at it.
Actually, I pull out my true-seeing gem monocle.
Now we're using an eyeglass to see an eyeglass.
Yeah, exactly.
Does the K expand into further writing after the K?
No, it doesn't. It's just again, it's like this interestingly sort of cursive but intricate, almost calligraphy, but not K.
And true
Once
sight
again,
doesn't grant me
Cade
anything
stumbles
extra.
upon.
I'm going to hand it back to you. I'm going to say, look, I'm going to observe to see if pointing in any particular direction brightens the letter.
The only thing I will say.
Scan slowly.
Oh,
You don't need to mock me.
As you look, what you do notice is it looks like perhaps another mile up the trail, you see what looks like a stone archway over the path heading further up into the mountain. But beyond that,
okay. This is what I see, y'all. I see. Well, everything is just kind of plainish. But then, hark, I see in the future.
Hawk.
Hark! I see
That's
up
what
ahead.
I said. Hawk.
Hark!
All right.
Up ahead. A while away. We can make it.
Has he been reading poetry books?
Does Kate know how to read?
I don't read much. Been listening to you all chatter. I see an archway.
Nothing else.
Nothing else. But it could be worth looking into.
and you did not notice any change in the sigil as she moved.
Great. Is it where the path is going to?
Do I notice if it's the path is going to?
Yes.
Yes!
Then perhaps it's exactly where we're going. Yeah.
I think so.
I think it's very much worth looking in.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
As we walk, Markov,
Astute.
would you allow me to look at that?
Yes. Be careful with the new fitting.
All right, so this is a fair representation of the party, although I don't have a good hill giant, so unfortunately Gerd does not look like that. But you have here in the party, we have Markov at the front, and you guys can arrange this in any order that you want. You have Walmond here. You have Cade here. Alcott here. And Tia here.
I would like Tian next to me. Yeah.
All right. So you want like her up front with you, or
Yes.
You? Okay. All right.
And Markov just sort of passed me the spyglass backwards, so I'm going to stand kind of near to behind him and walk forward, sort of mindlessly looking down at it.
Okay.
Well, not mindlessly, far from that.
Gerd's footsteps
Oh.
thunder along behind.
I like that the screen shakes when you drop that mini.
And it's cold.
Yes. Do you not hail from mountains like this? Goodness.
He's a hill giant, not a frost giant.
Far from the hills, I see. There might be something I can do.
No, his hide is thick. He does have like as it was just cold, he was doing okay. But now as you're ascending into these mountains, the chill is bitingly frigid. And if this is the first time you've heard him complain about anything, he has completely devoured that deer.
God, it's a disgusting sight to see.
I will use one of my mythic power today to cast creation and make as big of a thing of fur as I can.
How big fur can you make?
It's probably really big.
Big magics.
Sorry, give me 1 second. I can make.
How much fur can Alcott fur?
Alcott?
If Alcott could
Fur.
Yeah.
1 cubic foot per level, so 13 cubic feet of fur.
Fur.
But it wouldn't be just like a cube. It would be.
Yeah,
like,
so you can
I can
make
flatten it and make
Yeah,
it
yeah,
nice
exactly.
and wide.
you make a enormously large pelt. He gratefully picks it up and throws it over his shoulders. War magic.
Lots of different magics. Like I said, I'll try and teach you some one day.
Alcott, have you ever wondered where that comes from?
The fur?
Yes, like, is it transmutation of some pre-existing materials, or does it come from somewhere else where there is a fur that big, and you're merely taking it from that other place?
Those magics have not been studied as deeply as you
Like
were
strip
hoping.
it off a live animal?
It's
Potentially, I wouldn't know. I'm just saying that is it the gathering of it from some kind of multiverse of furs, or
it's a complicated matter, one that I don't really care to get into right now.
well, that's a first.
We have a mission, Markov. Let's keep on it.
Hang on one second. I'm cutting off the top of Chandler's head on this view. Let me fix it.
Not good.
Big magic's happening right here.
I'm going to spend some time with the telescope and see if I can determine why this rune is suddenly glowing. Is it one of those, it's within proximity of something else and that's what's causing it to glow? I'll even, in doing so, to try and prove that theory, I have my bag, which enters a pocket dimension when I put stuff in it. I will put the telescope into there to see if the rune stops glowing and bring
Okay.
it back out.
Yeah, you put the telescope into the bag. It drops into a pocket dimension. Can you see it inside?
Yeah, I can hold it while it's in it.
But you can look and see
Yeah.
inside the bag. Yeah, it stops glowing.
It must be a proximity thing. We're close, is what I'm saying.
Good. Close to what exactly? I don't know.
It's a good question.
Tian, a note. Should we encounter any trouble, like I assume that we will, it's important that you are where you need to be on the field. I understand you know this. You're trained in tactics.
Of course.
I believe that should we encounter a gathering of enemies, that you should make sure that we are not flanked. Myself and Cade have put ourselves at risk before being in the front.
Huzzah!
We have, and I hold up the shield. This is a shield of Alcadrian. It will protect me more so than your mundane shield. I don't want
Surely
to see
the shield speaks to you.
Yeah.
Surely I merit a better description than that.
I hold it with two hands. You can describe yourself.
I am the ancient shield of power by Alcadrian. I have seen the fall of gods and the fall of civilizations. I have been wielded by the most powerful, yea, puissant, of all manner of beings on this realm.
Thank you, Shield of Alcadrian. You wouldn't happen to have any knowledge that you could grant us on this journey. I don't believe you've ever been here, have you?
No, I have never been cursed with a journey to this god-forsaken place.
Have you ever heard of something called the White Guardian?
No.
Of course you don't. You're pompous, but you don't. You just speak like you know a lot.
Agreed.
I see it differently. You are a very, very puissant relic,
Goodness.
and I will not scorn your wisdom, even if it is absent in this case.
I find the repugnant one rather mouthy. Perhaps when this is all over, we could have a little bit of a martial conversation with him.
I'm gonna take my second hand off of it and just say, perhaps we should keep those comments to ourselves at the moment. I believe we all need to be unified in our effort.
Was the shield is saying we should ask him a question?
I think the shield said he wants to throw hands.
Yeah, he really wants to fight.
Yeah.
Listen, if Kate wants to fight, we can fight.
Good, but Tian, that being said, I think you would be good on the sides, making sure we don't get flanked. If we are having to face against one very powerful creature, I think it's important that, similarly, you put yourself on the flank rather than directly in its face.
Put your side in the most dangerous position.
As we walk.
I'm sensing this is actually, all this is just latent hostility toward the DM. Every NPC the DM plays.
Shall die.
I'm trying to learn from all the combat encounters you sent our way. We're giving a tactical assessment.
Tien said, this makes good sense. I will do this. I don't mind being in harm's way.
That is why you joined us, I believe. You consent to what you've signed up for. Yet, I see no reason to be foolish. I believe you see it the same way. Not all of us would necessarily agree with that, Tion. But we are good at keeping to that plan, whereas others aren't. I would say understand that some people improvise in the middle of combat.
Throw my dagger. It's gonna work. No problem.
As for Alcott, if you're worried about his own safety, that's the reason for the golem.
And the giant.
Oh, the giant is your servant now.
I mean,
Have you
he's
spoken
along.
with him about that?
He
Or do you
enjoys
just assume
me.
it?
No, will
Okay.
you?
Okay.
Must you be hostile every time?
It's
Yes.
a ribbing.
It's not. It
It's a
hurts.
joke. Why are you
Goodness,
being
you're-
so soft?
He
You should
just
go to
didn't
a
get
comedy
out.
club at some
He was
point.
born soft, Markov.
That's true, yes.
I am here to aid you. Would you like me to leave?
No.
Good. I'm going to start writing.
As you say this, Gerd kind of steps up and just puts a big hand between you and Alcott. Talk to Alcott that way. Alcott, good. He takes a finger and just pats Alcott on the head.
I'm going to, as we walk, write in the journal my last question for the day, or for the journey. Shimzalis is a city, large or small, simple or complex. The secret to the downfall of the Runelords lies within. Where is it?
How did you spell the name of the city?
Earlier I spelled it, and I spelled it the same. Shimzalis.
Okay. The quill comes back after a moment.
Why does it matter?
Because this is how divining stuff works.
It comes back, and the first line says, I presume in your mortal ignorance,
It mocks me.
you mean Zin, and it's Xin dash Shalast, Zin Shalast.
Wow.
What's
It's a future word.
Apparently, it's been mistranslated over time. Anyways.
Then below that it says,
dot, dot, dot.
you will find what you seek within the Ares Peak, Aery apostrophe S, Ares Peak. You must destroy not the Lord, but his lens.
His lens. The peak. Ares Peak. Ares. Not Ares. We're speaking of something flight, perhaps.
Likely the top of the tower.
Yes, but top of a tower where birds are kept.
Yes, if it's literal.
maybe that's a name.
That could possibly be a name.
The peak of Ares.
Aries. Yes.
Oh, it did say apostrophe S, did it not? You're right, Kate. It could be a name.
The accidental pirate.
Somehow. You
But-
are giving us great wisdom, Cade.
In the inevitable combat, we get in with.
It says destroy a
Karzok.
lens.
We must destroy not him. That is not how we should
But
best
don't
deal with
dragons
this
have
fight.
eyes and you got to just think?
It could have to do with an
Karzog
eye.
is not a dragon.
No, Karzog is the giant.
No.
The
it's
Thessalonian.
Ares is the dragon.
Aery could be the dragon.
I want to make a history roll
Okay.
about Aery. Would you like to make it, or would you like me to?
It could also be the peak of an Aery, which is
Right. So, I mean,
plus 11.
linguistically, it could be a proper noun apostrophe. It could
Was
be
it written as a proper noun?
It could be as a possessive apostrophe.
Was the A
The A
capitalized?
is capitalized. But that could be the name of a person, or it could be the name of a place.
There you go.
Not a person, place, but it could be a thing.
Oh,
Yeah. I think- what was the?
Oh, plus 11.
And you were asking what again?
If
Airy, I mean, you know it only in the sense of a high rook or roost.
Yes.
You know, sometimes this is applied not to literal terms for aviaries, but often called as such when it's the peak of a castle or a fortress. Oftentimes, especially when it has an open area they can see down below.
Yep. If there was a man named Airy, his name has been lost to time. I believe we should not consider it like that.
Either way, it's the tallest peak, and we should be prepared for flying things either way.
Are you done with my scope?
I gave it back to you.
Yes. I'll put it into my crossbow, and as we continue on, I'll just scan the horizon line of this, or the peak, the ridge.
Okay.
As we continue to move and try and see ahead of us.
Well, as you're looking ahead, you're now. I'll pull this up on the screen. You're now.
This opening.
Only a few hundred yards away from this, and you see that it's got an overhang, almost like a castle-like archway, the stone crumbling and ancient. You see a large, it looks like a statue with a shield that stands in the midst, and then it appears to be an open bridge over a great expanse, and perhaps another of these like tower-like structures behind it. But as you also peer, you note it looks like you can see the hill lifts beyond this, and you see strange, almost like obelisk structures.
Beyond the ridge, there seems to be tall structures.
Do they look similar to what we saw down beneath the glassworks?
What do you mean?
Obelisks.
Oh, do they look at all like the structure that we saw in the abyss in that little pocket dimension?
Not from from this distance. It doesn't look similar.
If it does, I cannot determine that at the moment.
It says, did it not say destroy his lens?
Yes.
Is that thing his lens?
Does have a K on it.
Let us halt before we go past this threshold. We will keep that in mind. I do not know where this lens is from. It was a gift from
Maybe
my...
he's tracking us with it.
I would know if he was divining us.
Oh.
I was given this by my father.
Do you know much about your father?
Yes.
Oh.
Do you know much about your father?
When he was alive, he was an executioner. This was something that he took from one of his
A
victims.
thief. And a murderer.
Not a thief. All of their goods are forfeit to the state anyways. It rolled out of his pocket after his
So
head
it's not
rolled.
thievery if you murder them first.
I suppose if you want to have a talk about politics, we can wait about that. But shortly after his head rolled, this rolled out of his pocket. I was so young, I didn't know of who this person was or what crime he had done or why he had this.
Alcott, shouldn't he know?
That is a good theory. What, should Alcott know? Why would Alcott know?
I don't know. He knows things.
Unless Alcott has the ability to speak with dead, and he shouldn't.
Don't you?
To speak with the dead? No, I
Don't
cannot.
you know lots of things? You read lots of books.
I do. But the books that tell you how to speak with the dead are not to be read. A good theory.
It's poetry.
I know, I thought the same bars.
Yeah. A good theory. This could prove very important to us. Yeah, Markov's gonna keep a troubled look on his face at that very, very interesting connection between the K on this telescope and the prophecy. This bridge could be an ambush, so be on the lookout. Detect and see if there's any traps up ahead, please.
I can, but I went to a very specific school, Markov, one that teaches spells that allow me to learn things about objects if they are at hand. I could potentially sit here for a small amount of time, especially since we have that spyglass, and learn some lore about it.
That's a great question. I don't think he's ever identified the telescope.
No, not identify. I'm not talking about legend lore.
Oh.
Specifically,
I told you he would know.
physical objects' history can speak for itself.
I had confidence in you.
This could prove useful.
How long should it take?
We can do it when we rest for the night.
If
I
we
feel
rest
like we're
tonight,
close. How long?
Approximately 30 minutes.
Is there a place among this area where we could possibly hide our figure? It seems like a lot of sheer rock walls.
No, it's sheer rock, barren, snow-covered. I mean, you could probably find some cover underneath this archway.
Yeah. Let us stand beneath the archway. Again,
Get in the shadows.
Checking it before.
Check before.
I'll absolutely send Walmond out before us, making sure there's no traps, casting detect magic, stuff like that.
All right, Wallman goes ahead.
Ever a cautious party, John has made us.
Well, even like Cade's suggestion of perhaps these tracking us, that was an early campaign that one of her characters
yeah?
was in. They carried an object with them the entire campaign.
That the bad guy was tracking.
That guy was tracking. Well, actually, I did the same thing in the Greyhawk. The silver comb was being used by Halia.
And technically, Ixon was tracking Irda through that scar he left on her too.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
You're a big fan of active trackers.
All right, so as Wallman comes underneath, he stands in the shadow of the archway, and even without just the pale sun, it's even cooler here. You don't detect any magic, you don't detect any traps, but it's also quite easy to see as you get closer that this statue has a pale blue glow to its eyes.
Pale blue. The spyglass is blue.
I will ready myself. Take the time you need to use this scope.
Yes.
That statue's gonna come alive. I know it.
Well, right before I hand it, I will point the scope at the statue, since it has true sight, to see if there's anything scary that's revealed or anything before we take a minute to allow Legend Lore to kick in, before we move any further.
No, as you gaze over with the telescope, the looking glass, you can see the eyes. They glow with what looks some sort of a permanency of enchantment. But just the natural magnification of the lens, you can see that they seem to sort of move just slightly, as though observing different members of the party.
Okay. While we take a minute, since it isn't moving or activating, let's move. I see that there's like a little bit of an alcove in the right there. Let's hide in that in case that we can be seen. In case we can be seen through the eyes.
You sort of like tuck back into these. You can probably fit 2 or 3 of you on
and then we
each
can
side.
fit the rest on the other side.
Okay.
And then have the giant hide behind the tower itself. When you're finished and what you learn, we can move forward. I just don't want to be seen.
Fan art posted.
Ooh, good.
All right, so we have part of the party hiding in this alcove here. Well, no, actually, that wouldn't be the 2 that would be. So who's with whom? We can do 2 on each side.
I mean, Wallman's definitely
gonna be
with me.
You, right? All right, and then
Maybe Cade then, and then you and Tion on the other side.
Yeah, that sounds good.
all right, so let's do that. Put this over here. So you guys hide on this side.
Is the statue like a pale marble or anything?
Well, no. So good question. As you look at it, it's a weathered grayish stone.
Okay. So not the White Guardian, at least. Maybe it's an out of date name. Maybe the
Other way
marbles-
around.
Yeah.
You're good.
The stone, though, it looks smoother and perhaps newer than the stone of the archways here.
So it was put here. Okay.
So yes, it looks more recent than the actual
More
construction.
puissant.
So now you hide beneath the arches of this ancient stone bridge atop these monstrous peaks. Wallman chatters. Berg's chatters, warm but still bitten by the cold. And you are doing what?
I'm casting
attempting the legend lore?
Legend lore.
Okay.
Which, because the object is at hand, It will only take 1d4 times 10 minutes to cast.
All right, thank you to all of our fans. We're going to go to our one and only break here in a moment. When we come back from the break, we're going to show you our giveaways today. We have 2 of them. We got some fan art to show you, and you're not going to want to miss the back part of this stream, I promise you.
If we somehow through prophecy and legend lore discover that this lens is some like part of this, that'd be crazy.
To read for you the specific wording of it.
I'm reading it right now. Thanks. Well, actually, why don't you go ahead and read it out loud so the audience
All
can
right.
too.
When completed, the divination brings legends, if any, about the person, place, or things to your mind. These may be legends that are still current, legends that have been forgotten, or even information that has never been generally known. If the person, place, or thing is not of legendary importance, you gain no information. And it also says, I like this, as a rule of thumb, characters who are 11th level and higher are legendary, as are the sorts of creatures that contend with the major magic items they wield, and the places where they perform their key deeds. So, if this is his lens, or something similar, let's hope it is legendary enough for this spell. And then I'm going to roll my d4. 30 minutes, right as to what I thought it would take.
Okay. As you concentrate, you've all seen Alcott do similar things before. You know to leave him alone. Anyone else doing anything as Alcott is casting?
Just watching him.
Okay.
I bring out a bowl of incense and 4 pieces of ivory that I set at the corners. I burn the incense and waft it as I set the spyglass on these 4 pieces of ivory, letting it rest over the burning incense, and the smoke raises over into my face.
Markov will impatiently look over. He wants to know what this thing is.
Oh, I'm keeping an eye on the statue.
Yeah, he wants to know what this item that his dad gave him was.
Right.
Yeah.
You notice the statue, again, just remains impassive, holding this massive tower shield before it. You guys aren't walking. I guess I can stop the snowfoots. But you do notice, as I described to him, the eyes, the little pinpoints of blue just move back and forth.
Wait, I noticed they move? Markov! Markov!
Yes.
The eyes are moving.
Yes, it is watching us. Stay behind the rock. Unless you want to
I
give
get
it a
as
show.
close to the rock as possible. Can we topple it?
Potentially. We don't know what it does. It could be an animated construct.
Oh, great.
Oh, that's a good point. If it is an animated construct, and it allows certain things to pass, it wouldn't even recognize me. Who knows?
It might not let us pass.
Something tells me it probably won't.
So what do we do?
Probably go around it if we can fly, which I know Alcott has all sorts of ways for us to levitate.
But there's
Or,
contingencies in place.
or,
Guys, stop.
or we fight it if it animates.
All right, so Alcott, when you finish, you let out a breath of intense concentration, but it is accompanied by a sense of deep disappointment. You don't sense anything legendary about this item.
Sorry, Markov.
Yes, it's just a trinket. I'm foolish to think it's anything else.
It's gotten us here.
Nothing?
Nothing that...
Nothing!
We shall see.
Oh, it's gotta have more than nothing!
Your theory is not moot
Give me,
as of yet.
Give me the glass.
You're not
Why?
going to destroy
I want to look
it.
at the thing.
I already did.
Let me look at it.
You look at the statue again.
Yes, notice the K.
All right.
Look at the K.
All right. As you zoom in, you don't notice. You don't notice.
I look at his eyeballs.
You don't notice any change. You look at his eyeballs. Oh, actually, though, you do notice something. As you're
We're closer now.
as you're looking closer, you see there is some kind of an inscription on the base of the statue. You can't read what it says from here, but
Snap! Markov.
Yes.
Something on the base. I can't read.
I'll just pass it over to Alcott.
I don't even need speak and open ancient mouths. Perhaps this is the first test. I'll take that from your hands and then look at the words at the base. Are they in Thessalonian? Am I able to make them out?
From this distance, no, you need to get closer.
I will instead, because I'm not getting closer to your dang trap, I will
That's for danger!
rest on the ground again. I haven't really much have stood up than lean out. I place fingers at the sides of my temples and press the others to my eyes and wipe across. And I'm going to cast Arcane Eye. And I see it, no one else does. A little
Right.
bubble floats before me, and I want to send this eyeball, it's invisible,
Right.
forward to the base of the statue, right up against it.
As it does, the eyeball floats right to the base of the statue. You see the statue's eyes pan following it as it comes forward.
Okay.
But it makes no movement. You're now looking through the eye. You see it's in a language that is not immediately comprehensible to you. It looks like some ancient dialect.
Can we have Gurg smash it?
Is it Draconic?
No, you would recognize that.
Yes.
It looks like perhaps a human or humanoid dialect, maybe one that's passed out of common use.
Do I get the feeling that comprehend languages wouldn't help me with that?
You don't get any feeling about that.
Okay.
Alcott, are you trying to guess at what it might be saying?
Yes. It appears to be in some sort of common language, ancient tongue.
You're looking through the veil to see what it says. I see, okay.
Joke as you must, but I'm not up there looking at it.
So do you
Safer
use
here.
comprehend languages?
I will. I will rub, just sort of, not even opening my eyes into my pack, rub some salt and soot over my eyes, and continue focusing through the arcane eye.
I just do that to watch it jump. You feel the satisfying, familiar sense of puzzle pieces falling together as the words resolve into something that you can understand. And it's a very simple message at the bottom of it that says, friends who come to fight the evil may find within me that which could yet not save my people. Perhaps you can where we failed.
Do I recognize the race of the statue? As I see that at the base, I pan the eye up to the top of it.
Yeah, and so this is an improper representation. It looks it's a helmeted humanoid, so you don't see a dragon or a draconic head on it. I probably should have said that earlier. That would
You are all good.
So, can you make it out?
Yes. It says, friends who come to fight evil may find some sort of thing within the statue that could have potentially saved whatever this being's race.
So can you help us?
Potentially. Or...
We open it up?
No. Or this being is a Thessalonian, and what killed its people, an ancient race of beings that are now dead, lies within. Thessalonian definitions of good and evil are twisted.
Potentially. The stone. It's older than the bridge itself. The bridge...
Newer than the bridge itself.
Yeah, sorry, newer. The bridge seems undeniably Thessalonian. The statue, however, seems different. Something tells me that this waystone was placed here after whatever happened here happened.
You think it's here for us?
It could be, yes. It could be a waystone to do exactly what we're trying to do. To help.
Oh, I wish Irda was here. Would she
Bravo,
know?
I'm going to give you an additional +1 on your list. I like it when players connect dots of logic and clues that were put together. Clearly, whatever this is, while ancient is nothing on the order of the ancientness of Thessalonian Empire.
Of course, Alcott is in that headspace of everything in front of them is a trap meant to kill him.
Right, which is fair.
Still
could be.
Of course.
You can understand it, but you can't speak whatever language it is.
Not currently.
I believe I can help us. I will walk forward
Oh, boy.
towards the statue, not past it.
You see Alcott just like ready.
And clutching the symbol of the longsword, the symbol of Iomade on my neck, I will speak into it and say, "Give me the tongues of nations, that way I may lead them in your stead." I'm going to cast tongues, focusing on the script that I'm making more and more out as I walk closer.
As you stand atop the bridge, it's impossible not to feel a sense of vertigo. There are huge holes in the bridge, and it drops hundreds of feet below into the Rhine-Skull Mountains.
Oh, he's either braver than I or stupider.
You speak,
Shall see.
and you notice the blue eyes, almost like pupils dilating. They focus on you, but there's no response.
That isn't to me speaking in Iom, like just saying the canticle.
Yeah.
After I get the canticle done, I will attempt to, in that effortless way that it has been done for me before, speak in the script, the language below, given the divine knowledge.
Okay.
And speak up at the statue. Friend, I know not how you may assist us, but we come to stop the second coming of the Runelords, that which has destroyed your people. If you have any aid, as this waystone seems to imply, give it to us so that we may succeed and pay homage to your people that have fallen to such evil. Let them not rest in vain.
As you say this, again, you see the pupils dilate, they move. There's clearly some sort of sentience here, but it's either ignoring you or it doesn't have the power of
To speak back.
communication. You're not really sure which.
Does the spyglass hold the power? We destroyed the spyglass.
Are you
Didn't it
shouting
say?
that out?
Yes.
Just turning back into my normal tongue. I do not believe that is the key here.
Spyglass, eyes, see.
No, the writing says within. Something is inside of the statue, if it means it literally.
I'll scan the base and I'll even go kind of around it. Be careful not to, again, to try not to step past the threshold of it.
Yeah, all right. And, some of these are fairly loose stones. You see this huge gap here. Even moving cautiously, you do get close to it. You are sure-footed, but still a bit nervous as you come all the way around. You notice nothing else of significance upon the statue.
So not in the base. There doesn't seem to be
No
some...
other inscriptions, nothing.
Perhaps Kate is right.
What?
Mayhaps we destroy it.
Do my ears deceive me?
Kate, you're rather intelligent.
I am, aren't I?
Should Kate be wrong, I would hate to destroy something
Yes.
that could potentially be of aid.
Well,
I mean,
what if you stuck the eyeglass on the thing's eyes?
This is Thessalonian.
Oh.
all right. And I want to be clear. I'm not trying to answer or create confusion, but because I've used fairly simple adjectives, I think this is worth noting. The eyes of the statue are more of a deep blue, almost violet, whereas it's a sort of medium, lighter.
Oh.
They're both blue, but they're not identical in color, and you would note that.
Alcott will approach the statue.
Walmond follows behind, as does Gerd.
Didn't you say that you have the ability to move stone itself?
As
Yes.
Gerd gets closer, you see some of the stones start to fall out from underneath the bridge.
Gerd.
Gergs, please, wait on more stable ground. I wouldn't want you to fall through.
He kind of teeters.
Yes, and I will also say, Walmond, hold back. Just wait a moment.
Walmond
Perhaps this is the statue itself is the guardian. It could have been petrified. There could be someone alive in there. And I will try and detect magic on it to see if there's any... I'm specifically looking for transmutation magic, if this is something that has been turned to stone. detecting magic on it. You know what I mean?
Ooh, I've got a way to deal
Knowledge
with this.
Arcana or spellcraft.
You do not get the sense that this was in any way turned to stone. But
With that detect magic, can I see through the stone to potentially something residing inside?
you feel there is a strong source of magic that resides in the chest of this statue, and it seems to bleed back and forth several different types of magics. You do also sense just the hint of some sort of divine aura on this.
Before you do anything to the statue, let me do something to make sure that we don't destroy whatever could be helping. Consider it insurance. I'm going to look up the statue and again say in the dialect, if its eyes are looking at me. I will attempt to peer past this stone edifice that you inhabit. Do not try and resist my attempts to communicate. And then I will use Seek Thoughts to try and affect the creature and look through the thought that I'm trying to determine is how can he help us, and then I will ask the question out loud.
How can he help you?
Yeah, like what aid do you offer? And it's the surface thoughts in relation to that kind of question. It's a 40-foot radius. Will save negates. I did try and tell him don't resist, but he can do whatever he wants.
So, as you do this, you recognize you're touching an alien, not in the sense of otherworldly, but an intelligence very, very unlike yours, and rudimentary. Even to call it animal-like might be an over sense of it. This was a very core level of intelligence that was installed in this being. One thing does come through to you, though, almost more an emotional or conveyance of pain.
It hurts. The thing hurts. That is what I can tell. Did you detect anything within?
No, it is.
Maybe it's sad.
Yes, within, but
It's sad.
I do not believe it is something that has been transmuted into this form. There does appear to be something powerful within. But
Don't
there
it the
also
second time.
appears to be some sort of divine aura around it. Perhaps someone like you was meant to unlock it. Have you tried touching the statue?
I will, at that point, start reaching my hand forward to that and just say, Iomade, use whatever guidance you have here to protect me from what other deities may be at play in this great game of ours. And I'll reach forward to the stone and see when my hand presses on, again, going up towards the center of it. Do I get any, is it just stone? Do I just feel stone?
Just feel
Unsurprisingly.
stone.
Yeah.
Perhaps I should try to dig.
If you have a way to get inside, something tells me ending this thing's suffering will not be a bad act. Its vigil here is obviously pained.
How heavy does the statue appear to be?
But is it pain or sad pain?
I can't tell you that.
You did. You sensed like a persistent, mild level of physical pain.
Yes. It serving as sentinel on this bridge is causing it to suffer. It could be helpful
To throw it over.
No, what?
Oh.
There is something
No.
within that we need.
Oh.
To harbor that, it could be causing that pain. Whether to do this thing a service and end that, and perhaps also get the boon within, that could be helpful. Alcott, I say do what you must. If you can shape the stone to bring it out without destroying the statue inherently, that could be helpful. But if we must, we can crack it.
I can try. And Alcott will take out some clay from his bag, shape it in the rough form of the statue in front of him, and then he will say, "I'm sorry for your suffering. I hope this helps." Petra Deformo, and he will press both of his thumbs into the chest area of it, where he felt that heart-like shape or whatever it was in there, and just attempt to split it open in that portion as he...
Flayed the statue?
As you step forward, you place your thumbs upon it, and I don't know how to describe it as other than what you might say is like a null field. You didn't see anything here that was detectable to you, but as your thumbs touch it, your arcane weaves just it's like they're touching something impenetrable.
Okay.
Something maybe latent inside the stone. It does not hurt it. The statue does not react.
Pluck its eyeballs out!
What can you say the like the writing on there one more time, or do we have it written?
Yeah,
Go ahead. You can read it out. The first part was, you know, if you be friends.
Friends who come to fight evil find that which could save my people.
Within.
No.
Within.
Could
Find it.
could have saved.
Could have saved.
my people.
Could have past
Yes.
tense?
Yes.
Yes.
Could have. The inscription was clearly indicating this was left here by people that attempted and failed
Yes.
to do what you were attempting to do.
Oh,
And
that's not a good sign.
And it said, perhaps you can use it for good.
Thank you,
Is it
Dingbat.
inside that?
Why are my puzzles always harder than I think they are?
It's in the eyes! Pluck out the eyes!
That could be it. I'm not tall enough. I can
All
try.
right, I'm gonna give.
Take his head off!
I'm gonna give a little hint here,
Yeah.
because I don't like it when my puzzles are too hard. I'll just say there are two things. One, sort of a concept or word, and two, a sensation that connected draw a conclusion that I thought you might.
Yeah,
jump to.
this is the familial. This is the old familial puzzle type of thing. So pain is the sensation and the feeling. The phrase is a passphrase, I would imagine.
Could have been
Or-
pain.
Oh, what we
or contains something in it conceptually which relates to the sensation. I'm probably making this even fuzzier.
No. So
No.
there's a password I feel like is there that's related conceptually to pain, or suffering, or sorrow, loss.
All right.
And I'm
So
saying
we're going to go to break.
Yeah.
Because we're over time.
line,
But before we
two
go to
lines.
break, before we go to break, no, I can't give you any more hints.
No, that's fair.
All right. We'll be right back. We'll announce our giveaways. And we'll show our fan art, and then we've got about an hour left after that. You are not going to want to miss what's coming up. Thank you so much again for all of our support, all of our friends. We do have GHA back on Tuesday night, our regular LMA. We're back full swing with all of our streams. Also, already in talks with Jay, although I am a callback, virtual Greyhawk planning for late September, early October. I believe it's the 30th through the 2nd this year is already in motion, and we will be right back.
before I use the restroom, repeat to me the two little pieces that you
So
gave.
one is like
Inner pain.
a concept contained within that,
feeling.
No,
within the inscription.
Yes.
A concept within the inscription.
What's the inscription?
I think it's.
And then the other is the sensation that you felt.
Friends hurt.
Yep.
Stab me in the back.
Truth hurts. I'm gonna use the restroom while I consider that.
Oh, you've got a.
No, my daughter does.
The password is ouch.
Ouchies.
Friends who come to fight evil find that which could have saved my people.
Pain.
Find within.
But it won't let us open it up, so this is...
I think that I might have been not detecting a physical item within, but just the idea of its magic. But we shall see.
No, you sensed you sensed a general, as I mentioned, like a general.
Divine aura around it.
Well, there's an arcane nature to it. There's an object in the center of it which seems to be almost kaleidoscoping different magics, and then there is this hint of divine.
Yeah.
Interestingly, there.
I know what the answer is.
We shall see.
It might relate to some writing implements are made out of them. Yes.
It could be, so it's something that could have saved his people. And it's the feeling of pain. It could be regret.
Well, I think within is something that could have saved his people. It could be regret. I think it's one of Irda's feathers. Inner pain, friends, fighting evil, loss. I think if we show loss, something that we lost to it, that we have lost as part of this fight.
Potentially, or we could do both, and then John's like, sorry.
I don't know. That's what my brain went to. That's what the connection made.
Lost. Yeah.
Well, not just lost. One line.
Yeah.
Two lines, but one is shorter. One is perpendicular to the other one.
Keep thinking, I'm gonna get some water.
Shalast, ancient city of the Thessalonians. What a fun name. What do you guys think in the chat? What do you think the answer is?
Welcome to another episode of the Puzzle Brothers.
Puzzle Bros. We look at puzzles and fail to complete them.
We take 3 hours to solve a simple puzzle. So, the feeling of pain and a concept within.
John specifically pointed at the divine around it when we were talking.
Mm-hmm.
And he said the eyes were blue.
Mm-hmm. Blue.
He said blue, but then didn't he also mention they had a violet to them or something?
Yes.
Okay. I was wondering what if they were Irda looking through the statue.
Yeah. Would they? I don't think that makes sense, does it? I don't know.
Sapphires have a purplish nature to them sometimes.
That is true.
That's how she described the eyes. So, but sapphires are generally described as quite blue.
I love getting that +1 for thinking big. Big thinking.
Take a +1.
Yeah, regret or loss is my 2.
I don't know. It's hard. Find that which... Well, I think find that which could have saved my people.
Friends who come to fight evil, find that which
Within.
could save my people within. Find that within which could save my... Could have
saved. I will write my... Tailspire's got some cool music, unless this isn't Tailspire. I think it is.
man. These coughs are really getting to me.
Really getting ya.
Yeah.
I left my nice Yeti here after BlueBoxCon. And
That's the Yeti!
I guess everybody in chat's taking a break too, huh? Nobody's chatting?
Nobody wants to help him.
Where's those mad chatters at?
What's the matter?
Oh, he was trying to
Nobody's chatting.
outsource his riddle solving.
Yeah, I'm surprised. That's what told me I might have ranged afar. I don't know.
Hey,
To me, it makes sense, but it just
give me an emotion related to what I told you. Do you like
related to what you told. What do you
feathers? How do you feel about that?
Now you sound like Jenny. That's like she literally said, like that was it. It's been always here. Let me go back to live.
Because she doesn't want you to explicitly give her a hint to anything, right? Just give me a hint, but I'm not asking for a hint.
Mm-hmm. thanks everybody for being with us. Let's talk about our giveaways here in just a moment. Also, I've already apologized a couple times, but I'll do it one more time. My camera's a little wonky.
You were about to clap.
I tried to experiment with a new camera angle.
I do not like the same thing.
No, I know. I've said 3 times. I'm going to change it.
Yeah, we'll work on it.
I want to sit over here.
Okay, but so it's
You want a snack? Chandler's hungry.
it's hard to get I'm trying to get with you guys here and get everybody in one
I
shot.
think if you were to move the base of that over and bring it down.
But what, you don't like being there because
Well, I feel like I keep going like this.
So if we were
to
to
look at me, you mean?
Yes,
Oh, to look at the camera?
I just feel like everybody.
That's what I'm saying. If we were to put it more behind you and have it kind of coming
it would
over the
almost
shoulder.
have to come right over my shoulder.
Yeah, well, we could have it
and
next
then
to
his
you.
hand would always be.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, I'll work that out. Don't worry.
Yeah.
We'll improve that.
If you want, I can stay a little bit after the stream and we can work some
Yeah.
stuff out.
Why can't?
And I know you don't like, but so ideally, it's just because then I've got this waste of space on one of the cameras.
What's nice though is if the
I
camera,
don't feel like me in a shot is a waste of space.
No, I mean there's nobody next to you. All right, could you please here? This will help you too. If you could scooch that way just a bit and then angle your chair more like this, that's
It's just this is awkward.
no, that's much. But that won't be next week.
But I like to look at them. That's
know,
why I
know,
think me
I
being
know.
over here.
Okay, I'll figure it out next week. Okay, I promise. I will change it.
it's just one of these.
Yeah. Welcome back to the view.
Okay, all right. We have 2 giveaways.
Sitting in a round table.
The first are these set of
good.
gorgeous, like these. Let's do the yellow ones today. These gorgeous cozy gamer dice.
You ever had this?
And let me pull this up on.
But it tastes like
This is
cheese.
the original.
Oh, by the way, also I meant to tell you, if any of you are still missing a giveaway that you have won, there was a lot of stuff that happened over Blue Box Con, and some of it did not get properly tracked. That's my fault. I should have had a separate tracking process for that con. Jerry, if you're still on, Adam JR, I know something happened with the fire giant or fire elemental thing. We'll just get you another one out.
What?
And then I think
I mailed that.
I know he never got it.
The air
He
elemental.
never got it. So I'll send another one, and then I remembered, Rob, I still owe you Tailspire codes. I can get
Porch
those to you right
Pirate
after the
got
stream. But let me.
air elemental.
But if anyone else is missing something, let me know. We're not intentionally.
There are
fail-
some very disappointed porch pirates.
So look at these gorgeous dice.
Good looking dice.
Ooh,
I
those
like
are-
the
I
symbols
want
that they
that.
have on them.
Kinda like
Those-
cheese.
they're like white and yellow and
It's like a
little bit of
chartreuse.
orange in there with sparkles.
What? I would
These
describe
are-
that as chartreuse.
These are super cool cozy gamer dice, and they have
I don't know.
No, I'm just really
a little logo on the D6. So this is one of our giveaways today, and then we are also separately going to give away. And I tell you what, I'll let the same person win because that would actually be pretty cool. The other giveaway that we have today is
the dice tube.
Where did I put that?
I think it is back in the box.
Yeah.
series of tubes.
This dice tube here, all from Ferox Fabrication, laser engraved with the Blue Box logo. And you can check that out. This just pops the top off, and you can put a full rack of dice
Or it
inside
can
there.
hold secret messages.
Or a secret message. It could be a scroll holder. So we've got that giveaway. And then the fan art. I promised to show our fan art. Thank you again to all the people that send us this super cool fan art. And while I'm doing this, entertain the audience for a moment, please.
Watch as we attempt to solve the puzzle. So I had a thought. This might be a stretch. Divine magic latent around the thing, but not necessarily is part of the thing. It seems like it's just present. Is present in the statue. John mentioned physical pain, which now that I kind of think about the solution I had, I don't know if it might work as well. And friends to fight evil was a concept within it, something that could have saved the people. I think.
Do we just bust it open?
No, because we tried doing that and it didn't work. At least we tried magically doing it. But I think if we show our pain that we've gone through, the loss that we've had. No. Who did we just lose? And who do we have physical reminders
Irida.
of? Irida. And I know that we're kind of fixated on the eyes, but Irida's eyes were blue. She could be perhaps looking at us through this statue right now.
Matilda.
So I want to be clear, if I'm here, what you're suggesting is the statue is looking for a therapy session.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, it's looking for our therapy.
Yeah, I don't think so, but give it a shot.
I mean, John's just going to say nothing happened.
Could be.
You don't know what I'm going to say.
I told you, Ed.
Lasers come out of the eyes. Kill you.
Oh, that would be awesome. Stop messing around.
Run, you fools!
I don't think we have to heal the statue. I think it's
That's not the line.
a passphrase.
He doesn't say run, you fools. He says
Fly.
fly, you fools.
He says run.
No.
says fly.
Goodness,
He
no.
says fly.
Fly, you fools. And then gets
Why
dragged down beneath.
It's been misquoted a lot.
It's like
Hey, what's Darth Vader say to Luke?
I am your father.
Close. I mean, you didn't say it wrong, which is Luke, I am your father. That's not what he says. He says, no,
I am your father.
no, I am your father.
No. All right.
He doesn't
Okay,
say
here we go.
Luke.
Last thing before we get back to some
He
gameplay.
doesn't say Luke.
And John's going to say roll for initiative. Okay,
I'm waiting for.
First of all, check this out. I've already showed you the artwork by Jeff Siegland. I've actually got the canvas piece outside, getting ready to
pretty
mount
good
it in my
looking,
room.
huh?
It is incredible. It's a gift to me for my birthday. And then we got this from Cowboy Hob. Look at this. It is
Wow.
this
Irda's axe.
gorgeous, gorgeous, colorful sort of action sequence piece. You've got Markov. I'm even letting her get away with the gun. That should
It's
be
not a gun.
crossbow.
It is a crossbow.
Oh, it is a crossbow.
It's just the fire makes it look like a gun.
Oh, that's right. Yes, the fire made it look like a gun. That's all the better. Well done. Alcott looks fantastic there.
I also like that both Markov and Alcott are horribly physically scarred.
I know,
Alcott
you
has
see all the
burns all across
scars,
his
the face, the burns. It looks like there's a chunk of your forehead. It's like, you guys look rough.
And then there's these beautiful-
And then Cade looking like a model.
Been in the campaign for longer than anyone. All he's got is a missing arm, and that's it. That happened twice, though.
That's it.
I mean, it's fair.
I mean, he's lost a finger, a couple arms.
This is going to be the cover for your upcoming Heroes of Sandpoint comic book.
Don't tempt me with a good time. I will get someone to make a comic. I swear.
So cool. Just unbelievable what the people in this
That looks a
community
bit like
create. We love you. We love you. And then
You're very
we always get the humor from Pat Draws. Yeah,
I told you I had contingency.
oh, that is fantastic.
The Tauntaun is the best part.
I know. So if anyone out there is not a Star Wars fan and you're missing it, the Tauntaun, that is the
Ready to be cut open and slept in.
from The Empire Strikes Back.
I got me furry boot.
Actually, as a kid, that was one of my favorite movie scenes of all time. That really was
Yeah.
awesome. All right, here we go.
An ingenuity.
Back to it.
Oh, nuts.
I thought that was a coffee cup.
All right, heroes, let me do this. The wind icy atop the Rhyme School
There's
mountains.
a squeak.
Yes.
Please
it is
settle the
your
squeak.
husband's leg.
And you approach the statue. Cade remains back underneath the pillar with Tien and Walmond. Gurg's chattering his teeth behind. What do you do?
I will also try and reach up to the statue since I'm there.
Okay.
Am I over by them?
Touch on the shield.
If you want to be, you didn't.
All right. Since I see that they have not been killed yet, I walk over.
And slowly, Tien begins to walk that way as well.
Okay. Do we pluck its eyeballs out?
That is a thought.
What does it say?
It has said nothing.
No, what does it say on the bottom?
Friends who come to fight evil find that within which could have saved my people.
Break it open.
It is under divine protection.
Of course it is.
I believe that what this is feeling
Feelings?
is pain. Yes, it is a sentience. It's feeling pain, perhaps regret for its loss, some amount of suffering.
Oh! He needs a hug. I go up and I hug the statue.
Solve the last puzzle.
Cade walks over. Just tall enough to hug the legs of the statue. You feel the stone cold beneath your touch. You feel its rough, weathered.
Do you need a friend?
Ancient
And then
surface.
Well, that didn't work.
But nothing else happens.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask a fun and probably stupid question.
Okay.
Do the eyes look at all familiar?
No, you've never seen eyes that would look like this. They're really just glowing points of
Okay.
deep blue, almost violet light.
Great.
All right. I yell out, "We can be your friend."
I don't
Nope.
know.
I'll be your friend. We are friends? We're friends.
Yes,
Are we?
We are friends, and we have felt great loss and pain.
A feather.
Yes.
A feather?
Irda's feather. Stick it in the statue. I do things with feathers.
So you just poke it with the feather?
I tickle it with the feather.
Okay.
Nothing happens.
We know that the feathers can enhance divine magic.
Oh! Enhance it. I keep rubbing. I rub it over the words. This is the pain of the loss of our friend. I do that. I feather the words. Okay, nothing.
There was a little bit of dust on them. You've dusted off.
I put my feather back.
I don't know.
Friends who come to fight evil find that within, which could have saved my people.
Is it wanting us to give it a display of pain?
Ah! I'm so sad.
Physical pain.
Oh. Heart?
Courage, perhaps.
Courage.
Does she have a hint?
Courage. Heart.
Maybe it isn't saying within itself. It's within.
And us?
Yes, it could be within us.
Oh, I'm so sad.
Well,
How rough does the statue look?
may I just
Yes,
Yeah.
rough
please.
and weather? I may just remind you once more. You're
He's trying desperately to give us a clue.
You're talking about sadness, and I was very specific that the sense was of
Pain.
persistent physical
Yeah.
pain.
Persistent.
He's a statue.
What if you were to heal the statue?
Heal it. Me? I don't heal. Wait, do I heal? Wait, do I heal?
take one of the
I
feathers.
forgot that he heals.
I take one of the feathers and I say, we could use this.
Okay, hold on. I heal.
I-
Let me heal him.
Okay.
Let me heal him. Let me heal him. I heal. Hold on. Don't you do anything. Okay. I use one of my powers.
Wait.
Which one of those powers does that be?
May I try before you?
No, let me
Okay.
try.
Let's get because it's free.
Temporary. then.
All right, so you cast.
I cast healing.
I know. Let me get my heals.
But what do you do
spell
to
effect
heal?
here.
What does Caden bring you to? What do you do when you heal people?
Oh. I do this. Oh, I do a dance. I do a dance.
Do you spit alcohol at them?
No, do a
do a little
little
jig?
jig. I do a little jig.
All right, as you do this little jig and you cast your healing on it,
And I give it a hug.
you see the eyes, they flash,
Oh my gosh!
and then
What?
you hear a low grinding sound.
Why I told you to use one of the feathers.
Look.
I did.
Oh wow.
Oh,
so
so cool.
Oh, and the eyes are glowing. Are you serious?
You see inside.
Oh, it's like holding.
It looks like a huge multifaceted gemstone, and it has coruscating colors in it.
Kinda looks like a dragon egg, though.
I lean over to Alcott and I just say, perhaps Cade is a testament that intelligence is in fact a burden.
Now, to be fair, the healing was Alcott's idea.
Yeah, that's true.
Either way, we have succeeded, and I look up at its eyes.
The light in the eyes winks out.
Thank you. And I'll try and... How big is it? Does it feel like a mage hand might be able to get it out?
Yeah, I mean, it's a gem about this big.
I'll mage hand it down to us.
Okay, it floats down, and here it looks like an egg, but it's really a perfect orb.
Huzzah!
Now it makes sense why there was such a divine aura around this. It needed divine
healing. Yes. And I'll
All right, so yes, you guys, bravo. I despaired, and yes, you could have gone past without this, but it would have really hurt
listen,
you later.
John. It was all within the role play. I figured it out a long time ago.
So you know, there were two things that could have been done. The references in the description were friends and fighting evil. Then you feel it has physical pain.
Yeah.
What do you do to a friend that has physical pain?
You heal them.
You don't tell it I'm a friend. You don't shout out I'm a friend, or let me tell you about how I'm hurting.
Why are you still bleeding?
You heal a friend that's in pain. So any healing, also any sort of protection from evil, dispel evil, to demonstrate that you're good. Because if this is designed to foil intelligent evil creatures,
they can't do anything.
They can't be tricked into saying certain words, or figure out. Or they can't be trick it by you saying certain words. It was intrinsically set up to only pass those who would cast divine healing or protection
I
from
love
evil.
And Cade made friends with the statue, hugged it, and healed it.
And told it was okay, and that it is loved, and all that stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense. It also makes sense why Markov would again struggle to heal it.
Holding it in my hands, do I feel that raw magical energy coursing through it?
Yes, you do.
This could be incredibly useful. I'll need, obviously, time to look it over.
What does it look like? Is it just like a little egg?
It's not egg shaped. It's a perfect sphere, faceted.
Do what you need to do to determine it.
We should keep
What's
moving.
just over that ridge could be our destination.
Oh, you want me to do that now?
I'm telling you that we're rather close to where we need to be.
Then you will give me an hour.
The towers I saw, it's within a walking distance.
Well,
maybe.
actually, now you're a little bit closer.
Yeah.
You can take a look through the scope, and you can see more clearly what those are. To the east of the mountainside, the rime schools rise, icy, blasted from wind. 200 feet up above on the side, you see there's a leering face with a gaped mouth. It seems to be forming like a large cave entrance. But then beneath, sort of level where you are, you see those 10 things are. They're seven things are 10-foot tall stone heads atop pedestals that are all facing inward with mouths agape. All like facing each other in a circle with mouths agape.
That could be from the Scribbler's prophecy.
Not the Scribbler's prophecy, the Quill's prophecy.
The who?
The Quill told us to speak and open ancient mouths.
Well, but not only that, the Scribbler's prophecy spoke of a place where 7 lords captured.
7 faces, silent wait, encircle gods, and rune gate. Each stone, 7 lords, 1 part offer spells and prayer. 7 keys and climb.
So keep that in mind as we move forward. Pay attention to these things, Sean.
You can give me a moment.
Yes, take your time.
It always warms the cockles of a DM's heart when his clues are listened to.
Cockles. It's just...
And while you're doing that, let me get the horses across, and we'll have to worry about Gurg. This is going to be troublesome to get
Even from here, you know it's attemptable, but these stones are really starting to crumble. Gaping holes beginning to form, supports dropping away. I mean, you can try it, but you know it's dangerous for anything more than a couple of hundred pounds.
We may, in fact, now that I look at it, it may be best to tie the horses off. I do believe it's important to get at least 1 horse across for Tian. She is best on horseback, and we'll have to get your golem, and perhaps Gurg could watch after the horses if we can't get them across.
Gurg is a large creature?
Yes.
Okay. I can handle it.
Do what you need to. I'll make sure that I can find us a footpath across.
Why don't you all make your way to the other side? I'm going to hang back with Gurg and with Wolmond and attempt to determine what this is.
See, again, if you can't get Tian's horse across.
Okay.
All
So
right.
we're gonna move to theater of mind here
Okay.
at this point as you're kind of moving. So you're heading across.
I'm going backward to where Gerg and
Okay.
Walmandar, and I'm going to cast Identify. They are
All
going
right.
to move forward and start to.
I'm going to scout a little. I'm not going much further, but just on the other side of the bridge.
And we can zoom through that if you want. I cast Identify. It takes an hour. Like,
Yeah.
Whatever needs to happen, but that's what I'm
Okay,
doing.
all right. And what are you doing during this time, Cade?
Well, don't I go with him?
Okay, and you
Oh.
guys are heading across?
Yes, we're heading across. I'm making sure we pay very close
So-
attention to the.
Weren't these fake horses? Do they weigh anything?
Well, no, he could make the fake horses,
We only have one real horse.
and
Oh.
I
Which
do
is
think
Tian's
it's important to get that across for Tian because she prefers fighting on horseback.
Okay.
If we can bring the horse where we need to go, I'm still not sure, but it's worth bringing.
Either way, you guys trudge forward, and I hang.
All right. The two of you, as you get across the other side, just watching your step, you grow closer to this eerie set of figures. Each of the faces leers above you, and each of them has unique features to them. Some with goatee, others with shaved heads, and again, they scowl in this circle, each with mouths agape, tongues sort of partially hanging out. All a similar expression, but different features. And this, by the way, this looks like true Thessalonian stone. These show no seams. This looks like the same stone woven in the Ire span, untouched by the passage and ravages of time and weather.
I'll slow my pace and let Cade walk through the threshold before.
Oh, nope.
I'm okay.
And it's not really a threshold, but think of like Stonehenge almost.
Okay.
Like,
Oh yeah.
they're-
That's the heads.
yeah.
Beyond.
The heads are in
Oh.
a circle. Sorry if I
Okay.
didn't make that
Sorry,
clear.
I thought it was on the arch.
Oh no, that's no. And so there is also a leering face 200 feet up the sheer mountainside.
Okay,
that you can
great.
see from here.
Oh, give me the thing. Can I have your eyeglass thing?
I like how you asked the second time.
Hey,
There
thank
is a magic word, not one you'll learn from Alcott. I promise you that.
Let me see the eyeglass thing.
And what is the password?
Are you my mother?
Manners are important.
Now you're getting into this?
Please. I look up at the mountain, or whatever the thing is gearing down,
Leering.
leering.
There you go. I got you.
Gearing.
Sneering. Sneering. Mirroring. Leering.
All of the above.
She's.
I look at it.
Kate's one to
You
look
look
at
up and you can see, as I described earlier, it has a gaping maw wide open, icicles that hang down. Looks like the entrance to a cave, but again, the cliff is sheer and jagged.
Do I look around to see if there's any way to get up there?
None.
We have a problem.
it. Okay.
It's sheer and jagged. Smooth. No way to get up there.
Yes. It's. Well, is it jagged or is it smooth?
Sheer and jagged,
sh-
not smooth.
So possibly a way up.
It's very straight.
Thank you.
Which you can see with
yes.
your eyes.
Yes. Yes. I'm very
Cade
astute.
needs this.
Yeah. Very astute. Let us think about how to get over there while Alcott finishes his.
Well, I don't like these statues. They look creepy.
Yes, they're for some foul purpose. I believe that these were perhaps used to siphon energy, magic energy from something or someone.
But
a
I
theory.
hope it's not us.
All right, Alcott, let's come back to you while they're doing this.
The stone.
There was a time, as a boy, when you remember your father had told you to go and pluck all the grapes in the vineyard. And you walked out and you looked at this vast field of grapes, and in utter disheartening, you began to pull one grape after another grape, and you were overwhelmed with the enormity of the task. Like, pulling droplets of water to empty the ocean. You have that same feeling now as you try to identify this thing. It's like you're staring into a deep well of something so far beyond your comprehension that you could pluck all the grapes of a field and not get it.
Arcane or divine?
Again, as I mentioned, it has all of the arcane elements of magic. You feel each of them.
Yep.
You don't sense any divine.
This is beyond me. Could prove useful. I'll pocket it. And then I will look up to Gurg. Give me your hand.
He puts a finger in your hand.
Can you pick up that horse? Not for that purpose, Gurg. Yes.
Yeah, horse, full size. Yeah, he takes. Like, does the horse allow him? This is Tien's horse.
Yes.
horse, yeah.
It's a broken horse, but
Yeah,
it's
well, but I mean, she has incredible
animal
power
husbandry.
over the
Yeah.
horse. They have a connection. So if she soothes it, and if she will allow, which she does, the horse, its eyes roll back nervously, but it does not move. And Gurg puts one massive arm under the neck, the other massive arm on the hindquarters. You see the veins on his neck.
I touch him, and I touch Walmond, two large creatures, which is all I can bring.
Wait, but the horse would be considered a third large creature.
Is it not in his inventory?
No.
What in the world?
No, I know. No. Hey, good try, but no,
Is
that's
this a
not how
Russian
that
nesting
works.
doll?
Exactly.
So I will just touch Gurg then.
Okay.
And I dimension door over to the other side.
All right. Suddenly, the two of you, Markov and Cade, you are joined by the appearance of the massive half giant or massive hill giant, and he sets a very nervous-looking horse down.
You were rather quiet with him.
It was distance, is all it was. It's quite loud up here otherwise. I need to go back and get Walmond.
Okay, do what you must.
Okay.
And then I will try and have Walmond walk across the bridge if it starts to ricket or move or
right.
anything wrong at all.
All right. Let's see what happens. All right. So you start moving the
You
two
can
of
try.
you, Walmond, across the bridge.
What I will do is I will ride on his back while he walks across.
Oh yeah, that'll be better.
You are actually much smarter than that. I'm going to give you credit. I mean, what you have effectively done is taken something that's already 1,400 pounds and now made it 1,600 pounds on a single point.
Oh, you're giving Alcott 200? That's
Yeah, or like
He's like
or
90 pounds.
Okay. Well, let's call it 150. It's a 10% increase in,
right.
in
No,
the
that's fair.
focal point of weight.
I
so-
will use my step to try and find the strongest points of the bridge, staying towards, I imagine, the edges.
Yeah,
of it
you can
where-
see mostly there it looks, and you kind of walk around that point. I will go back to the monitor here just so the viewers can see how tenuous this
But
is.
my point in saying I wanted to be on his, I want to be as physically close to him as possible, in that if he does fall through, I can just touch him.
Well, I mean, you can literally be holding his hand.
Okay.
But as long as you're just.
It'll be like that scene that Pat drew.
Yeah,
of him walking.
exactly. Just displacing the weight by a few feet makes
will make the difference.
That's 10% weight added to him.
Yeah.
Could mean nothing, but could mean something. All right, you walk along the edge. Some stones crackle, crumble, fall away. You move 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, getting closer here to a part of the bridge that is in better condition as it heads toward that second archway and the faces beyond. You make it without issue. So
Huzzah.
in moments, you join the rest of your party, all now standing either around or in the midst of these leering 10-foot heads.
And beyond the heads is this
No,
cave
above.
opening, so in that,
above.
up on that cliff.
Okay, has my detected scrying gone off at all?
Nope.
Okay, great, wonderful. Well, we seem to have made it to the heads, the lords.
Yes.
What was it?
7 faces,
yes.
silent wait. It did say dusk nearer. Perhaps we need to wait till nightfall for anything to occur, but
Why don't you read the whole thing aloud again for the audience?
I wrote it in shorthand, so I was not able to catch
The way
all
you
of
read it earlier was
Okay. 7 faces, silent wait, encircle gods, and rune gate. Each stone, 7 lords. Offer spells and prayer, 7 keys, and climb is the shorthand that I get to at the end. So I imagine we need to do something with these, and then
Yeah, and then that'll
Climb the cliff
give us the
face.
keys to get up there.
and perhaps.
We remember something about what your quill said about ancient. What was it? Ancient tongues,
It
ancient
said,
mouths.
speak and open ancient mouths. So it's something we have to utter.
Well,
Are the mouths closed? You said they're
open.
Nothing inside?
not that you see.
Speak, you fools! That didn't work.
I'll now that everyone's over here, I will step out, making sure that I'm not stepping on any glyphs or tripwires or normal caution, and attempt to investigate the heads further.
What type of investigation are you doing?
Yeah, so I'm looking physically to see if there's any script on it or if there's any plaques around that have any kind of writing beyond what just seems to be kind of a avant-garde art project.
You don't detect any script.
Okay.
Don't you know how to speak, like, languages?
I believe I know all 7 words.
But
They're pretty plain and clear what
Oh,
they are.
speaking the Thessalonian
Ancient
language for
language.
sins.
yes,
Yes,
isn't
for
this
the sense.
Thessalonian stone? Look how much I've learned.
So
You're
instead,
very wise, Cade.
what is the word for greed then?
It is, because I wrote it down and we said it that one time, Borok. And I say that out loud.
Stone faces stare at you impassively.
Great theory.
Wrong again.
Seems like you would be able to design something like this. You know, when
Given
you.
thought.
Although perhaps
Makes
it'd
me
be
feel
too-
better because this is not even my clue and you guys are struggling with it. This is
Yeah.
actually written in the module. So
Yeah.
Well,
Perhaps you can detect magic.
Yeah, I will do my classic walk around, detect magic.
well,
see
we
if I
have to
see anything.
speak to it.
Yes, exactly. I don't
as you
think I'm going
detect
to,
magic, you see each of these
Yeti.
7 heads is emanating a different type of magic.
all the 7 schools of magic.
You have, let me just quickly read these descriptions to you. They're on separate pages. One that has looks like what gems are set in his forehead, and a very sort of elaborate cut of hair emanates transmutation.
I was going to say that's transmutation.
And then
That's
there
greed.
you sense conjuration.
The 7 sins. What if you said the 7
I did.
sins?
I said Borok, which
Oh.
is the word for greed.
Conjuration,
Nothing happened.
a man with a crooked nose and beady eyes. The
Oh, maybe you have to say all 7 sins.
Perhaps.
the abjuration comes from a man. Actually, it's a woman with jowls. Her visage is sneering and imperious.
You said there was abjuration?
The one that is enchantment
Gotta be gorgeous looking, right?
is an incredibly attractive woman with a seductive look. She has large eyes and long flowing hair.
Huzzah.
And this actually is one where you can actually see more than just the head. It looks like the top of a bust. Or like her breasts are visible. The one that is illusion. Sorry, I should have had this
You're good.
pre-linked. This is taking a little long. Illusion is a very handsome man with close cropped beard and a charming expression. The one that is
Perhaps pride.
evocation. Evocation is a gothic-looking beauty with wild hair, but an insane-looking expression. And the last one is a heavy-set man with pieces of his flesh missing and bone rotting through, emanating necromancy.
I think that might be gluttony. Jowled woman could be...
That could be gluttony.
No, that...
Sloth.
Sloth, perhaps? I don't know if it matters much. It could matter. Handsome man, illusion, pride.
Pride. Enchantment could be lust.
Lust.
Conjuration, a crooked nose.
The evocation is most certainly
Envy.
wrath.
Envy, perhaps.
Conjuration, envy. I think the heavy
Clearly
man
some
is.
are more obvious than others.
Yes. I will walk up to the one that has the gems,
Okay.
and I will say out loud, Borok, the Thessalonian word for greed, into its mouth. Alright. I believe we have to cast magic spells into them. That's what was told in the scribbler's writings. Magics that match their schools.
Well, I know... If we're talking schools, I know the essence of some of my powers, despite them being derived from divine sources. One, not so much. And you believe it's to be cast upon them.
Within proximity of the statues, yes. Why don't we give it
I-
a test?
Exactly. I have a way of doing it.
All right.
I will go up to the necromancy statue
Okay.
and use the Orison Disrupt Undead, which is a necromantic school magic.
Okay.
Or at least I think it's
It is.
It's what
Yeah,
I don't.
it is. All right, and you cast it on that one?
Yes, upon the statue
Okay.
itself.
As you do this, you see the air kind of wavers in front of the statue, and a gold key appears on its tongue.
You're clever, Alcott.
And if memory serves, those keys could aid us in whatever entrance there is up on top of that cliff. They must be turned twice, according to what
It's in its mouth.
Scribbler wrote.
Oh, crap. Crappity, crap. Is that a dragon?
It could be a yeti.
Shut up!
I will
I think I need to hide.
Bits of ice and snow
Oh
crumble down.
my.
jump into the mouths.
What?
Get cover.
Do
The
you
mouths
mean
are like
this?
this big.
I thought it was a massive statue.
No, they're like on top of the heads are like big, but they're on pedestals.
How far?
Hurry up and do the magic.
How far are we from the gatehouse?
So you're about 500 yards.
Ooh, that's too long. Yeah, I was. There's
You
no-
see, as you're deliberating,
Get the rest of the keys.
you see a
Let him give his description first.
Ah.
you see a giant creature of wing, white and scaled.
I was right.
Bits of frost and
I don't like that
cold
you're right.
emanate from it. Stone crumbles as it looks down and screams again. Its maw wide, frosty breath, and its eyes look down at you, and you see, I'll let you react here, but you see it simply springs out of the mouth of that giant cave I mentioned earlier.
Oh no.
Clearly meaning he was right. I rolled a 1 on each check. And as he springs out, you see the wings tuck
Oh, no.
to the side, and it starts diving straight towards you.
This is not good.
Roll for initiative.
No!
And if you could,
Oh, my
remove
gosh.
anything from the table that you don't need, because we're going to switch to the physical cameras here, and I
crap.
want people to be able to see what's going on.
Dang it.
Ooh.
This is not good.
If
gonna be
we're
a fun
lucky,
fight.
it could be a baby.
Maybe a baby.
Ancient Thessalonian city.
Young dragon.
All right, here, let me pull
Yeah,
this
Mom
up
died
on the battle
recently.
cam.
Yeah. Oh shoot! It's morning loss.
Yeah.
Hang on here.
Dysentery. It got her.
Yeah. Oh.
I think that one might have.
Heck of a disease, you know?
It is. It is.
You eat one bad lamb.
Hang on 1 second.
Yeah. Something tells me that getting these keys aren't going to save us from a dragon.
No, but we might be able to skip the dragon. I think we're gonna.
One
have to fight
second,
it
guys.
either
Hang
way.
on here. I'm just doing a
You
quick
are all good.
frozen camera
Luck,
fix.
martial might, magic, and something else. And this is a dragon, so it's very clearly going to have spell resistance, I feel like.
We shall see. He did say. He did also say that arcane might would assist in the fight.
Certainly it'll assist. I just feel like if this is likely an ancient dragon, this is likely going to have spell resistance.
It is as the creature gets closer, it's quite massive. Much bigger disparity between it and the party than what you see here. So here we have, here we have Cade Cardinal.
We can use these stones like the circle.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
do
You
that.
guys can help me just sort of arrange that.
Is there anything that we can use to shield us? Like
I don't know.
big
shield.
rocks?
Well,
Yes,
the
there are
statues.
rocks.
Well, and there's the sort of the archways over there, and then the rocks. So you have Cade Cardinal here.
Well, I'm
You
hiding.
have Tien.
I'm not gonna be out in the forefront with the
Yeah.
dragon.
Oh, actually, no. We're gonna put you guys. I see what you're doing.
You
here.
don't think this would do any good?
No, I think that'd be pointless. in
Pretty
fact.
bad?
Yeah, I think that'd be worthless. Spread out!
Hang on here.
Do not stay next to each other. That's for
I
sure.
am
Here
missing my
we have
Missing your what?
the
Markov.
things you printed
Here
out
we
for
have
me.
Alcott.
Would we?
Is that not?
Oh, this
Here
is
we
one
have
I have.
Gurg.
I'm missing one of the
Now-
pages.
oh, I love that.
It's on the grounds.
I have a fair question.
Is that your?
Well, at least
I'll
think
be the
that's fair.
judge of that.
Yes, I think it's fair. We hear the roar. There is a short time before it jumps out.
Yes, that's right.
Would we have the
in that
ability
paper?
to at least scatter a little
don't know
bit?
if it is.
Yeah,
before
so,
it gets to that
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's, I mean, there's a moment of like, no matter who you are, there's probably a split second of awe and whatnot. But yes, you absolutely will have that opportunity.
Okay.
But it doesn't, it doesn't deliberate terribly long before it leaps off and starts coming towards you. So,
So not enough time for me to cast a spell before we take action.
I guess that's up to our initiative rolls. isn't it?
yeah, it's going to be based on the initiative. I'll let you start making sort of preliminary movement because there was a brief pause. But yeah, I'm gonna want an initiative roll on that. And remember, you all do have a +1 initiative
if you can
from
go that
our fantastic fans.
We should use it.
Oh,
Oh, no, it's a +2 initiative.
Yes.
Yeah, you remember Ancalagon, Chris? That's right. And we had that mini.
So, who gets to roll on our side?
Oh, let's just go quarter to left or right to left order. So
So,
Cade, where do you want to be? You want to
Party-
be hiding behind a rock?
parties consent to.
Yes. Go.
Okay. So we're using the +2.
Yes.
With my additional +1. So a 7.
you have initiative. I rolled a 1.
Perfect.
I'm going to swift cast a spell. Can that go first?
Yes.
Okay. Alcott raises his fist up in the air and then brings up all of his fingers other than his ring and points them out at everyone and yells, Ignis notatum! And all of everyone else but mine and Walmond and Oh, no. I'll have,
Could you maybe move your dice tray on one of your pages?
Yes,
Would that be all right?
apologies.
Thank you.
my sword and your sword and all of your daggers, your crossbow and your rapier and all of Tion's weapons ignite on fire. As I cast Firebrand
Okay.
on the party.
That's fantastic.
All right.
So all of your attacks now deal an additional d6 of fire damage.
Nicely
Nice.
done.
That's awesome.
Yes, if you so choose, you can, and that'll last for 13 rounds. You can end it on yourself to cast Ray of Fire for
Okay.
66 damage, but you might prefer that extra d6 every time. Cool. And that's a swift action to do that fire ray if you want to do that.
Sweet.
So that's my swift action on my turn. That's going to take up one of my meta magic masteries and mythic power to do, but we need everything we got.
What was the second thing you did? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Nothing yet. That was
Okay.
it.
All right. Cade, what are you doing?
well, first I take a swig of rum, and I pray to Caden Clean. Caden Clean, we can use some help quickly. And then, well, I don't know what I can do. Is he here close?
I mean, he's plummeting. He is. You can see the massive white fangs. You can feel the chill of the breath. You could hear the creature is inhaling to pull breath into its lungs, and you know enough to know what that means with a dragon as it roars and comes straight down towards you.
I don't know. Just throw daggers?
Why not?
All right, I throw my 2 returning daggers.
All right, roll to hit.
So open up your
I know what to do.
character sheet.
Same trick.
It's more than that. Yeah.
So Cade's got his back and he
What level is it?
pulls up his daggers. Let's do this.
All right.
Turns around the corner.
Yeah, pretty much. It's plus 15 on your first attack.
Yar, what is that?
19.
Aye.
Oh, no, 29.
29. Your dagger flies. You see it's as it gets closer, it looks so diminutive as to be almost laughable. This thing is easily 5 times the size of what you felled in Fort Von Frost.
Great.
The dagger just pings off and comes back towards you. Second one.
Next one is plus 10. 20.
20.
Ping. Actually, this one barely glances, comes returning. All right, what are you doing?
So, I'm gonna shove the Tion. Does Tion have her horse?
Yes.
Okay, great. Flank around the side. Use your horse to gain mobility. Don't let it catch you. And then I will rub my thumb across the High Common castigation on my crossbow.
Okay.
Alighting it with a axiomatic weapon and casting True Strike.
Okay.
So for next turn.
I'm a mythic character.
Oh, are you?
Why wait till next turn when I can do it now?
Go ahead and replace Tien with
Yes.
mounted form there.
Ooh, that's awesome. So activating my weapons ability.
Again,
or
Thomas, if you don't
axiomatic.
like, maybe just if you can shuffle your dice tray back to your
Oh, sorry,
table
I keep
whenever you
doing
can.
that.
Yeah.
And I will use a swift action with my mythical
Okay.
to go ahead and use an attack that would count as a surprise strike if you believe that it's in. Let me put it this way. So it is the mythic swift action
Right.
attack.
Right.
Normally, it gives me a bonus, my mythic bonus to the attack roll, bypasses all damage resistance, and counts as a surprise strike. It's your call whether that's surprise. What I'll say is, because this is the first turn of combat, maybe the swiftness of the attack may catch it out of surprise, especially when it thought it was ambushing us. But if not, I get that.
No, I would allow for that. I think that makes sense.
So, and you said I heard it inhaling.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna try and do the same strategy I used on that red dragon and send the true strike shot right down its throat.
Okay.
With the potentially flaming bolt. So true strike auto hits.
Right.
And then we'll see what happens after that.
See if it crits.
13 plus many bonuses. I'll get to that. I have a feeling it probably won't. I think this thing's probably really strong. Crossbow. Alright, let's do it this way. Okay. Plus 5, plus 9. 21, so plus 21, so that is a
35? 34?
Should be.
I thought you were 42, 30. Not a crit.
Yeah, okay. This thing's tough. So normal hit, right?
Yes, yep.
Still, passes through any damage resistance. So will be a D10. I'll need a lot of D6s from you guys.
All right, while
fine, I
you're
have a lot.
doing that, Tien, there's really not much Tien can do. She sets the horse, turns, and in fact, I'll let you run attacks for Tien moving forward. Gurg stares up, and I'm going to have him. Go ahead.
Sorry, it was a silver bolt. That makes it. Those are +1s. I don't know if that does anything.
No, that wouldn't have
Okay,
mattered.
that's fine.
Gurg, I'm going to have to do a morale check for him.
That feels about right.
He is. I mean, this is.
Yeah.
He's loyal, but this is something on a completely different level for him. You see Gurg, he takes a step back, but he looks over to make sure Alcott is still there. He just hunkers down and stares up.
You've got this, Gurg!
Picks up a big rock from the ground.
Is he gonna huck it?
I mean, I can throw anything.
John, if this is a meta question, you don't need to answer. Axiomatic does more damage to chaotic creatures. Would I roll that extra damage? Or you can roll it if you prefer. It would
Wait,
be
hang on.
2d6.
This is a specific beast.
Specific beast.
Yes.
Okay, great.
2d6 extra.
Great, wonderful. Keep doing Gurg's thing real quick, because that also.
All right. Gurg takes a huge stone from the ground. He tries to hurl it up straight as the dragon is. You can see it's now put out its wings and it's flattening. Gurg rolled a hit. Yeah, I mean it's a difficult throw, odd angle, something he throws it, he doesn't even hit. It just goes right underneath the creature, doesn't get enough loft on the throw.
Is there like a high point where I could jump on the? Like, is there a?
No, but I mean you can fly.
I know, but he'll see me fly.
Yeah.
I'd rather catch him by surprise.
I mean the highest point are these stones that surround these 10-foot stones.
There's
Okay.
the cliff face that he's coming down, obviously. But
I do have something. I'm sorry. I don't mean to keep playing.
No,
this
you're
game.
fine. Go
I'm
ahead.
just wanting to make sure because I have so much stuff to keep track of. Axiomatic gives it +2 to the hit roll as well, which would bring it from
Do a
35 to 37.
Nope.
Okay, that's fine.
oof.
That was just a very clever way of trying to measure up to figure out where its AC was.
All right. Let's see here. All right, you can keep doing your thing, Kate. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, what are you doing?
Well, how close is he to us?
Oh, now, I mean, 50 feet, moving at incredible speed. Wings are flattening out. You see it's taking an arc, like coming down, like just, I mean, again, it came straight down from here, now arcing down, flattening out. I mean, you've seen this behavior before, to sort of strafe.
Okay. Well, this is terrible. But I know I've tried to jump on the back of a dragon before. I'm gonna try and do it when he's past me so he doesn't see me. I'll use my flying cloak to fly when he passes me.
Okay. All right.
I got 45 damage.
45 damage. All right. And that does bypass damage resistance as well.
Thankfully.
That bolt slams in, punctures, you aim for the mouth, it kind of punctures right through the side of the cheek. You don't even see a movement from the creature's head as it comes down. And now, so I'm assuming this is a proper distance here, because that was about the right distance for the stones. So we're going to call that, you're about 30 feet edge to edge. Yeah, and it's cone.
I haven't taken my action on my turn yet.
Oh, okay. What are you doing?
I'm going to, I mean, I know it's gonna breathe. I'm going to teleport against the cliff wall, away from the grouping of people.
Okay.
I'm just. I want to be away.
All right. Smart move.
Ooh, wait. Actually, sorry. Key question: can I move to Cade and still do the same thing? Do I have enough walking distance to be able to bridge that gap to him? Would you say?
Or can he talk to me and I run to him because I'm quicker than him?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's right at the edge, but if you call out,
Yeah.
which is a free action, the two of you move toward each other.
To me, Cade!
And I run to him.
Okay, I'll allow that.
I will dive for you, grabbing your hands midair, and we just.
I will die for you.
The two of you vanish, and then the dragon opens its maw, and a cone of ice and frost and mist. It extends in a 50-foot array, so it catches Walmond right here in the midst of it, and then fans out. It's going to catch Gerg dead on. He's too big for any cover. It's
it's
gonna catch.
Oh, is he gonna die?
He's got a lot of
pretty
HP.
dead on. You're going to have partial cover. I need. So I'll roll for Gerg and Tien. Then I need.
I can roll for Woman.
And I need you to roll. And I need you to do a reflex save. And this is to
Not great for Woman.
have. And that reflex save is a DC 29.
I don't. Is this magical cold?
Yes, this would be well. No, we're not gonna because it's a breath weapon. It's
Yep.
not magically
feels
generated,
right.
except in the sense that dragons, in and of themselves, are it's a
You wouldn't
kind of a
consider it a
fuzzy question.
spell-like ability.
But like it's got spells it could cast. Those would be
Those are spells.
ineffective against Wallman. This is effective
Yeah,
against Wallman.
I'm into that. All right, so +3. Whoa.
What was? I'm gonna use advantage. That's what I'm trying to say.
Plus, it's a +1s. You have
It's
plus
5
ones,
plus
remember?
1s.
Yeah,
to do
so
an
5
advantage.
plus 1.
You're gonna use. Oh, you're gonna use all.
Yes,
Okay, all right.
I've been stockpiling.
Okay.
And then I needed a what? You said a
29.
Cool. So Wallman rolled a 22, and that's about as high as he ever could have rolled.
Or we could use more
I'll
of
use
those
5 more
inspirational
+1s.
things.
Just to
Okay.
add to the roll, so I have a total of +6 advantage.
All right. I'm into this.
I save them for defense, not for attack.
Oh, that's cocked. Reroll that.
Okay. Well, probably not. 18 plus 6, 24. Nope.
Reflex is +8.
Yeah, I know. 18 plus
Oh.
6 plus 8 is
Okay.
24.
All right.
All right. And then y'all roll for Wallman. This is almost hopeless.
I already rolled for Wallman. He rolled
Oh,
a 19.
Okay.
There's he.
Yeah,
He can't.
he'd have to have
He's
a
got a
nat 20.
+3 reflex.
Yeah, and then
Oh, poor little guy.
okay. If you can track Tien's hit points for me.
I can.
All right. So
This one's gonna.
all of you take 41 hit points of damage. Now I'm going to give you cover, partial cover, because of the angle of attack.
Oh, we got some more.
So I'm gonna cut 10 points off of that for you. So you
Huzzah.
take 31 points of damage from the partial cover.
We'll take what we can get.
You hear Tien Steed scream out,
Right, my pencil's
Wallman or Gerg, and the dragon strafes through, arches up, and starts coming around.
Okay.
All right.
And I've got to roll my 1d4 to see how quickly it can breath weapon again.
Fantastic.
Oh, did it succeed on?
I'm not telling you what. I'm not telling you. Don't know. Minty fresh breath weapon. Yes.
Like the Zoink Scoop.
That brings it back to us, does it not?
Thank you, Rep.
we
Thank you,
rolled.
Pat.
You keep going.
Yep.
Huzzah, Pat.
We have an initiative.
Oh,
Huzzah,
initiative
Red
roll.
Web.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to use the +1 to initiative I got earlier.
Poopies.
No, mine got hung up there.
A 3.
I have a 3.
No!
I had a 2 + 1, so
But you used your +1
I
already.
did.
5.
Yes!
All right,
Huzzah, huzzah,
you have
huzzah.
initiative again.
Okay.
So now the beast is arcing back this way.
Oh, God. You saved me my life.
Now go get him.
Okay, do I see the direction he's coming?
Yeah, the direction you see. Like he's going. So he came off the mountain toward the lake. Now he's banked around. He's coming back from the lake toward the mountain.
Well, which direction? This way or this way?
Right here, where you see like
he's
seriously,
right
like literally where the opposite. He came down this way, and now he's coming back this way.
Do I see a point where I can jump on him?
Jump on him?
I mean, you could fly.
I mean, I fly on him without him seeing me.
I mean, no. No. He's just definitely going to see you.
Oh, I don't want him to see me.
Thank you,
Have they been
Moose.
coming out? Did I get some +1s?
I needed that.
Yes. You have all these.
I have all of that?
Yes.
Since you
And
did you
you
grab
have
the
an
number I
extra,
already had? Or is that since the start of the stream?
That's since the start of the stream.
Okay, how many is that? Because I've already put in
Perfect. Okay. So it's our turn. I'm gonna shout to Tion to do a wide arc around here to keep it wide when she moves. And how wide are these trees? Are they
So yeah, I'll let you kind of control.
Okay.
Are you setting her around this direction?
Yes.
I mean, this is much more generous spacing here. There's
Nearing
a
a
cliff's
cliff
edge
edge,
right
yeah.
there on that side.
Oh, on this side?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then she'll pull off this way in case it swoops and stops.
So, does my Presti do it? Can I shoot fire at him?
I mean, not enough to hurt him. But your weapon is on fire.
Are these
I know.
trees very wide? Are they?
I need to
I mean,
jump on his back.
they're fairly representative of the width of distance. You know, the trees here don't get very large or very tall.
Yeah,
you know,
it's
you
high
consider
up.
these like 10, 12 foot conifers.
Yeah.
I shoot fireworks so his eyes are distracted.
Is that what you do?
Yes.
Do you fly up and do it?
I do
Distracted
not
from the ground?
fly up. I don't want him to see me flying.
But, oh, you mean away from you?
Yes. I want to shoot fireworks away from me, and then I'm going to run up on the mountain.
So you're shooting them sort of toward where Tien is, or on this side where Gerd is?
This way.
Well, the mountain's behind you.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
I mean, the
That's what he
mountain's
wants to do.
right behind
He
you.
wants to distract over this way and then fly around
But
that way.
then I want to run up on the mountain.
So like straight up, or like you
don't-
can't go back this way because you go into the mountain. So you can
fly
go
up
you can go this way.
Yes.
Yeah.
I want to shoot the fireworks away from me so I can fly up onto the mountain.
To the cliff's edge.
Okay, I'll worry about that later. All right. So
Okay.
hey, Rob, thank you so much. Wow, another hype train, our second of the day. You guys are the best. Thank you so much. All right, you cast your fireworks. Any particular type of firework you want it to be?
Glorious.
All right.
A glorious firework indeed.
Pops of flame and fire in the sky. It's always interesting when the dice intervene in a game. To me, there was absolutely no way this was going to work.
But it's me.
I rolled a nat 1 on the die. I am going to allow for this sort of role play effect. Now, it's still, it's still inhaling, but as it was diving this way, it kind of turns, pivots. I'm assuming you shot, because I still wasn't clear. I think the only place you could shoot where you weren't aiming the fireworks toward a companion would be off this
No,
direction.
I wanted to shoot it this way.
Well, then you're going right over the top. Okay, you can do that.
Well,
So then
wait.
it arcs
Okay.
this way. It arcs this way.
He's
it's going
essentially
across.
letting you guide which way you want it.
Yeah, I'm saying which way you wanted to shoot the fireworks. So I was asking if you wanted to shoot it over the tops of
All
your
right, fine. I'll
friends.
over here.
Okay. Then it arches
backward.
across
Yeah.
this way. my mini's getting confused.
Yeah.
All right, so thank you so much. Hey, Scarlet Grimer, thank you. Thank you, Renreb. Whoa, Renreb. So that's 6 more plus 1, so 2 for each of you.
Oh my goodness.
Divvied about. Incredible. All right. As it arcs down this way, what are you doing? Let me put it right here. What are you doing this round, Alcott?
Alcott? God, that's a really good question, John. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I pull the sword off of my back as it ignites with flame coming out of the sheath. I point it at the dragon, and I clench that fist hard on the blade, or on the hilt of the blade, and I run my hand down it, and I shout, Exilium! And I want to cast Banishment on the dragon.
Okay.
So, is there any spell resistance on the
there
dragon?
is.
Would you say that holding a flaming object would be something that a cold dragon would hate? Or not enjoy that much?
I would say, I see what you're doing there. I would say you sensed, even as it flew down the first time and then came back, it didn't seem to be paying much attention to those flaming weapons at all.
But I mean, as a general sense of dragons, do they have a hate for fire?
Well,
not
depending-
dragons, white dragons.
Yeah, you generally they would. But
So might that aid me in the casting of this spell? For this
it
one?
is not for some reason.
Okay, I'm all right with that. I have to overcome its spell resistance. I have advantage with that.
Best of luck.
I'm gonna use a +5 because heck, I'm gonna need it. 28.
You bypass the spell resistance,
Oh, wow.
Okay. Now it needs to make a will saving throw.
and the will saving throw is
The DC for the will saving throw is 23.
23.
Can I use a disadvantage on you?
No, we've stopped doing that. Remember, because people
Okay.
felt like we were canceling out what they were giving us.
I am into
so
that.
we removed that from our process here.
I'm gonna take a roll another one.
Okay.
Disappears.
I'm gonna give it a. How many have I got? I'll take 3. Mine off just to make it more comfortable.
Do you feel more comfortable now?
I do feel much more comfortable now. Yeah. You feel an enormous intellect and a powerful sense of will, almost with disdain, rebut your banishment.
Okay. Then I'm going to use my one and only time stutter to put a bubble of invulnerability around me.
Oh, wow. I see.
You're all on your own.
Protecting yourself.
Here we go. There's your bubble of invulnerability.
Is this the sphere?
or should I teleport away? I don't know if I want, because I can't cast magic through it. That might not be smart.
Yeah, probably.
I'll sweep the cape around me and dimension door over next to Gurg.
Okay.
Right next to him.
All
I don't
right.
do that. That's not smart. I need to be tactical.
Okay, Gurg picks up another rock, but you see he is shivering. In fact, I'm gonna have to make another morale check for him.
But I'm next to him now.
Yeah, he got blasted. Well,
I encourage him.
Yeah, he's okay.
Yes, good.
He tosses a rock and another rock. They bounce harmlessly off to the underbelly. Massive ivory white scales passing over him as it is, in fact, unleashing a second breath weapon.
You haven't gone yet, have you?
No, I
this
haven't.
round?
No, because I'm gonna go around as I see it swoop to get cover.
And Cade hasn't moved yet either.
Yeah, Kate hasn't. We'll get to that in a minute. I will again do another true strike, like rubbing my thumb on it, almost flicking it into the air, and do another one of my few uses of the swift strike to shoot up there again with the true strike bonus.
See if you crit.
Well, I hit. Let's see if I crit. And as it comes back around, there's two major weaknesses in the dragon's scale defense. The first, the most well-known one, is the mouth as it opens up. Now, what other people don't know about is on the back of the dragon, there is another soft spot where the scales don't defend as well. So that's where I'm aiming for.
Oh,
Yeah, I was not aware of that.
Ooh, that's better. So the last time I rolled a 14 and got a 37. This is 4 more, so it's a 41. Because it's all the same bonuses.
So close.
Oh.
I mean, like, so close.
Hey, this thing's cool.
Yes. So rolling the same dice.
Hey, John, that's a cool enemy you put in front of
Oh, I
Oh, we
need
got
another
more?
D6 because I'm using the fire damage.
We got
Because you
1,200.
firebranded me.
Yeah, Renreb gave 3 more to each of you.
And
Wow.
this is
3 more?
in my chamber. This is the
And
red.
you could have added bonuses, by the way, to that roll.
Yeah, not before though, right?
You know what you could do?
What? Oh,
You could
inspiration.
use-
That's right. I have the mythic
Surge
Yes.
to roll a d6 to add to it.
Then I
Because a crit would be kind of cool.
I can do that after.
I will allow for that. Yes.
Yes. I'm gonna use one of my own, not one of your d6s. 3.
I think you just needed a
Yeah,
1.
that's a
great.
crit.
So yeah, total 4. All right, then.
Well, D100.
Apparently there was
Wait,
a.
I don't get to go?
Yeah,
will.
we will.
You will.
We went upstairs, so we moved him.
At the Ren Fair, everybody, I bought 1 D100. Don't drop it, because it's really heavy and
Let
you'll
me
knock
put
everything over.
All my dice over there.
Kind of be very
Well, what if he
gentle.
rolls a 1 and he could have rolled a bunch?
What do you mean a bunch?
No, all right.
It's the same likelihood.
97.
Okay.
What if he rolls a what?
And can you confirm that?
I do see a 97 right on the top of there.
Wow.
Okay.
Huzzah!
I'm sorry if I'm ruining the fun.
No. This cuts both ways. What?
But?
But.
Booty cheeks, booty
Yeah,
cheeks,
nobody
booty,
knows.
booty,
Nobody
booty
knows
cheeks.
about the second weakness.
Yeah, but like that secret second dragon weakness.
No.
Fire in the hole!
No. John made this
John,
giant,
certainly there's a section
this
of that table that
giant,
targets
epic
that, right?
monster, and we are making
not.
a mockery of
It's-
it.
I can't make any assumptions about this fight because I don't want to yet. I'm so scared, little old Alcott.
Popping the cheeks. I can't.
Who was that? Pat 66. You should feel ashamed for what you've said.
Okay. All right. You do actually. You catch it as it goes past. Not. Consider sort of rear leg armpit
I got
right
you.
in the crevice of the thigh, and you see the arrow sinks deeply into the socket of the thigh. Now, I do make modifications against gargantuan creatures
Which is
for the types of
foul.
depending on where it goes. So, like if it's a headshot that goes to the eye, or I still take that like face value.
I hear you.
But like this is an arm.
I made a point of hitting in the back.
Well, 97 is an arm crit too. It's like the numbers correspond
Yeah.
here, so this is a 50 arm crit. So, so the arrow sinks deep. I need you to roll your damage.
So,
now, are you also bypassing damage resistance on
Yes.
this attack?
Yes,
Okay.
I am. So this is the red die.
Okay. So
keeping
you're gonna do times 3.
Okay.
On your base damage.
Okay, so this is that.
Okay.
This is the red fletched arrow.
Okay.
So,
While you're doing all that,
Yeah.
Cade, what are you doing?
I see him get
21.
pierced in the behind.
Actually, you don't.
Oh, I don't.
All you see is this massive creature swooping down. Now, it is, I've got it kind of, it's not quite, it's more aiming this way.
gonna
It's
say.
following your fireworks off to this direction.
Okay.
But it's unleashing its breath as well.
Is unleashed. Okay. Well, I start running this direction, but I don't want him to see me. So then I fly to go on his back.
Well, we need to be more, so you're going to run
20.
parallel here along the wall.
Yes.
All right.
And then as I see him-
you know that movement will
Oh.
make you easier to
Visible?
pick out, but that doesn't mean you can't do it. I just
52.
want to be clear that.
But I have the
Sorry.
fireworks, so he's
4, 9 is
distracted.
51 plus 3 more.
And now he's got hit in the butt.
Plus 4 more.
So double
Well,
distraction.
remember, this is all simultaneous action. So, like,
Okay.
as you're moving, his arrow is hitting.
Yeah, and
So
he
it's
should
not
be.
like the arrow hits and then you
add
move.
D6 of fire damage?
That
No.
arrow's probably in flight right
that's
now
this
as you're
one.
making your movement decision. If you follow me, like when I say simultaneous, I mean
61.
Markov's
Something like that.
unleashing his
Okay.
arrow as you're.
Well,
Okay.
I run that direction and then I take flight.
Yar.
Arr!
Flight indeed.
All right.
You're the new Irda. Remember that.
Yes. I'm
Not the guy
channeling
with
Irda.
not the guy with the shield.
Yeah, no. Which is currently being unused.
All right. Cade runs, leaps into the air. You see a flicker of that eye. It does notice you.
Hi-ho, and here I go!
But it's already in a. It's not like this is
It's
going
in
to
a
stop and
movement,
turn
yeah.
on a dime. Tien, I mean, there's really not much for Tien to do. This
No.
creature is strafing. She'd have to time the right angle.
No, it's-
If it came sort of from this way and she wanted to come straight in a charge toward it, she could. But the way it's angling, there's no way she's going to time that attack right coming from that direction.
Can Wallman throw a rock?
Yeah. Uh huh.
The rock.
Don't hit me.
Okay.
I mean, I would have to roll incredibly well.
Thank you
Don't worry
so
about
much, everyone. We collected all the remaining level 4 emotes and level 2 emotes on our channel today. I can't believe how supportive you've all
it. Oh
been.
yeah, it's insane. They missed us. We're offense plus 22. Yeah, no, don't worry about it. It's 27. It's not
All right.
worth it.
Yeah, I mean it's pitiful. You know, it's.
I mean, it would hurt me really bad. I wouldn't say pitiful.
Well,
within the context.
Within the context, exactly. Yes. Okay, what was the total damage?
So the 7 times 3, and then all the rest is 60.
Okay.
And then whatever the red fletched arrow does, because I don't have the stats for that. I know that it turns into swords.
Right.
That's as much as I-
Yeah, so you see as it hits, it pivots. So you had 60 already. That included the tripling of the base?
Yes.
It did.
Okay.
Good number to triple. Just saying.
Then I've got some additional for the crit that I will apply beyond just the triple damage.
Gets into the wing tendon underneath.
Maybe. Who knows? They call me a monster hunter for a reason.
You're pretty good at it, I think.
Wow. I mean, what an incredible blow. The damage done in 2 rounds is... So, as the arrow hits, it penetrates. You see the blades fan out, and they just start grinding inside the joint. As it rides up, you see it rips part of the tendon in that massive hind leg, and the leg it's still attached. This creature's far too large for that, but you can see it hangs limp, and that rear claw's damaged, and blood is just streaming out of the back of the dragon.
It's piercing damage.
Oh, so
right?
that's horrifying. Yes, it is piercing. It's
Feel bad
this
for the
white
dragon.
landscape, and there's just red streaming.
Huge red gout streaming across.
Oh, that's horrifying.
Yeah, not good.
All right, I think that is all of you.
That is all of us.
All right. The dragon did, in fact, have an additional cone spray, and of course I'm showing it here, but that cone would have been released as it was coming in. This is all, again, simultaneous. So we'll say the cone was initiated from here. It would have originally gone straight, which was intent to come this way.
Yeah.
Distracted by the fireworks.
Huzzah!
It angled this way.
You've got a lot of wins today, Cade.
No.
Everything's coming up, Cade.
Hang on, though, because we've got to see here. I'm going to call each of these. What's our distance? Actually, I can measure it here. I want to make sure since I'm not using Tailspire, I'm going to go the old-fashioned way
Use a
here.
stick.
Well, yeah, I'm going to just get this and make sure I've got, so that's 5 feet, that's 5 feet. We're going to call this 15 feet of distance.
I've got one here too.
All right, so, well, let's go here to
How many
here.
feet out?
Yeah, well, actually, so this, yeah, that's, but so it's actually,
No, he was angled this way.
no.
This is during that turn.
No, because you decided not to point your fireworks directly over your compatriot. You threw them over here. So he
The other question is
between.
how high up is Cade able to get on a single fly?
What's that?
How high up is Cade able to get?
Well, it depends on what he's done. So in this case, he
Kind of mid-action.
prestidigitated, made a move, and leapt. So I'm going to give him like 30 feet of height. Go this way for me. Just show me how far. So that's it's going to catch. It's going to catch Wallman, Cade, and Tien
Or Tien.
in the blast. All right. So I need
She'll be fine.
Tien to make that saving throw.
You need to make a
Cade,
reflex
I need you to
saving
make
throw.
a saving throw. This is a reflex save, DC 39.
That's a fail.
29.
I was like, it's a what?
29.
That's a fail on
29.
Go to your character sheet.
Oh. How do I always forget this?
The main character sheet, the first one. Reflexes at the top. Plus 13, 26.
Here, I'll
You
just
can
make
use
this damage
Mythic Coin
quick. I'll
Roll a
use
d6 and try and
my
overcome.
Tailspire app, and
Okay.
everybody
You need
can
to roll
watch
3 on
me
a
roll
d6.
it.
All right, I'm gonna use a mythic power.
All right, so
Crapola! Crap!
okay.
It's fine. It's not going to kill you. It's going to sting.
No, I rolled horribly. All right.
Yes.
So you take 31 points of damage as the creature comes down from above, lets out another roar, and then this spray of ice, blast of cold that chills you to your bones, comes comes across.
My bones.
You also, Cade, I need you to make a fly check. You are buffeted in the air by this.
Oh, how
So-
do I do a flight check?
So
got it
you
as a
gotta,
skill.
you have your skill there, and
Okay.
did
You might not have any training.
Tien make her save?
No.
Two.
Okay, so you got the 31 damage to her.
Oh, okay. A little less than last.
I did it! I'm a strong fighter!
So, well, what'd you roll? You don't. I need you to tell-
21.
I didn't tell you what this check
Oh.
was. So it's a total of 21.
It is. Roll the 19 on the dice.
Plus 2.
Okay. Yeah, you get buffeted back a few feet, but you kind of put a hand against the cliff wall behind you, even as you feel the frost chilling, just covering your form.
If Cade's anything, he's a man of cloaks.
Wallman took
I'll say that.
31. How much has he taken total now?
That's 70 some odd damage, but he's still
Yeah.
trucking.
Yes, they
John's at
Not
72.
doing great. John's looking
Okay.
to take out my minion. I know what he's doing.
No, I'm not trying to. I'm just role playing the dragon.
I mean, I feel
Okay.
I'm just jumping around this guy's cone. I'm not dealing with this.
The dragon's probably about to get pretty tired of you.
All right. Again, it sprays this gout of crimson across the ivory landscape. Passes through the moats of the fireworks. Lets out a.
D6.
Meaty D6.
Lets out another
Mini.
cry of frustration
I'm not done with these.
and comes
don't
back
worry.
around this way.
Oh, okay. Oh,
And let me roll my D4 again.
Whoa, Pat draws. Huzzah.
what do you
Rita.
give? You give more. You give more
Oh, it's
advantages?
a
I don't
full
have
it's a full heal for whoever needs it
Oh,
first.
wow.
Oh, did he say for whoever needs
Yeah,
it?
uh-huh.
So
all
probably Kate.
Let me roll for my frequency of heal. Got tilted sideways there.
Remember, you
Wow.
have feathers on you that you can.
What did the
I've
feathers
rolled
do?
one
Oh,
both
heal.
times. So this sucker is angry. It's recharging. You can see it's inhaling. The breath weapon is coming again as it comes strafing back this way. It's an all-important initiative.
We have another initiative thing. You should absolutely
Oh,
use
all
it.
right. Then I'll use the other initiative. Then that we got another.
Yeah,
Okay.
we got 3.
Then I'll use that plus 3 of the roll. Oh, that's outside.
Oh.
8.
I can't beat that.
Huzzah, Rita.
Wait, no. Plus 3. No, the initiative is
It's plus 2. He has a plus 1.
So if I have to choose, it's still a
Wait,
7.
His
no, you
class
can
grants
only
him-
use. Okay, just so what's
yeah.
the plus 2?
We used another initiative. Do we only get one per
You only
combat?
get one.
Okay.
Per,
So,
Okay.
but
No,
you have a
well,
six.
no. You can use more. I didn't really specify that, but the 300 points is good for a plus 1 to initiative.
I thought it was
Oh.
always plus 2.
With that in mind, we are at a 7.
Yeah, you still win.
Okay.
Yahoo.
I
Yeah.
thought I remembered it too.
Great. This
And it
is
was-
wonderful. Fan out. He's coming for another. Goodness.
Fly, Cade! Fly!
All right, as Cade lofts higher in the sky, the dragon banks around once more. Again, this massive spray of
What am I supposed to-
blood everywhere. And you don't know, obviously, what its real charge roll was, but you can hear the giant suck whooshing of air coming in, even as it cries out in pain. And it, as it flies, it targets directly at Cade. Seeing a flying
Fine, we can
creature,
deal with that.
you're up in its domain. It flies here straight toward Cade.
But that I said I didn't want him
I,
to
sh-
see
I
me.
shout.
Well, I know you said you didn't want
But
to see.
no.
But
This is gonna be cool.
I rolled a check. Hold on. I rolled a check, and he saw you. I told you. You saw the eye flick towards you. It saw you, but it was too late for it to change its course.
Yes, so I was flying toward his back, so he can't fly towards me.
Well, no,
He turned around.
Yeah, so you came up, he passed. Now you're in the air. You could try to catch his back as he comes at you, but he flies directly towards you. You can see this mouth as wide as the prow of your ship, opening up,
How big is that
gleaming
opening?
white teeth. What's that?
How big is that opening?
Let's call that. It's like a 30-foot, like gap.
Well, I fly higher.
in the mouth.
30 feet. Whoa.
It is
30 feet?
monstrous.
I mean,
yes.
come on.
It is
This-
monstrous.
Don't you think
How
it's a little
big is this
excessive?
dragon?
Well,
yeah.
look, hey, look, this is.
I mean,
this
what?
right here is 8 feet.
Yeah.
So yeah, its mouth is 3 times the span, or open at the tips, 3 times the span of my arms.
It's pretty
Or a little bit more. So it's let's call it 25, but it's massive maw open.
I shout to you. In its mouth! Go!
I take out my flaming sword.
And you go.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Yes, okay.
I might as well.
Yes, this is gonna be so cool.
The only one silly
I
enough to
also
do that.
shout, do not resist, Cade!
And that's where we'll end
Oh,
tonight.
yes.
All right. Thank you so much, all of our amazing viewers. So I did not describe the age, and I'm not going to disclose it specifically, but it would not be unfair to suspect this is an ancient dragon.
Yeah.
This
I mean,
dragon
you keep describing the Thessalonians
was
as
here in
ancient.
the time of the Thessalonians 10,000 years ago, so one could be presumptive about that. And all right. Now it is time for our giveaways and also for our stream MVP. Viewers, I hope you had fun today. We certainly
goodness.
had fun. Thank you so much for all the. By the way, everyone, everything that was given, all the plus ones, all the inspiration, all the.
Anyways,
Pat
All the
is,
plus
is
ones, all
warning
the-
us not to go to his channel.
Who did?
Pat,
Why?
there's apparently an emotional story going on right now. So
Just a warning. People say emotional. I don't know what that means.
means that she's not
playing
she's
games
not playing games.
Oh, I see. Oh,
shall find someone to
chatting.
rate.
Oh, I see. I thought, like, what, was she upset about the way I was attacking my party with my dragon?
I am.
So,
Stop doing
all right,
it.
so everybody, make sure you have accounted for all the bits that you received.
Mm-hmm.
Those all carry over into next week. We're not going to lose a single one. We still have Pat Draw's full heal available to one character. Again, always subject to the DM fitting it into the narrative. But we want to say thank you to all of you. And now, as I get set for the giveaways, we're going to do 2. Which ones do you think I should do the vote for? The Cozy Gamer or
I think the dice should be.
the Grand?
Rolled
We
for.
should, yeah.
Oh, okay,
we should
all right.
roll for
Roll dice for
All right.
dice.
Yeah,
So
that's
then, let me bring up the Nightbot
Not
real
that the
quick
tube
here.
isn't cool.
Tube.
And while you're all still here in the chat, reminder, we will be back with Greyhawk Awakening on Tuesday night. And join our GHA crew. It's going to be a blast.
This dice is
And then on Wednesday, we have our Lore Masters Arcanum. We'll pick up where we tried to get to last week before I literally cut myself with a sword. And we will be doing Stories of the Dead. So we'll be joined by as many of the players that have dead PCs in our game. Moria, Liam, hopefully Phelan. We may have Millie, perhaps.
Chris?
What's that?
We're gonna get Chris for that.
I'd like to see if Chris can join us. Taldar.
just ashes.
We'll have Terry. I'd love to see if I can get. Pardon me, Ian. You've heard of Tiernal so often. It'd be great to have him come on and tell the story of his very first character, his first time playing D&D, and he died in his first or second session.
2 times he died.
Well, the second one was a different reason.
Sylvan and
Yeah, that was different though. That was his own party member turned on him and.
Well, he died twice.
That's true. That's true. That's true. He still died twice.
fair.
And shockingly, I don't think he's played D&D again since. But we're still friends. All right. So hang on. Let me pull this up.
You're right, old school. We're putting the dragon back in Dungeons and Dragons.
Yes, that's exactly
We
right.
teach this thing who's boss.
Who does the dragon think he is? Coming in here, flying around.
Giveaways.
Something
Keywords.
tells me we're not doing enough.
Keyword will be.
60 was a big hit.
This thing's probably got like 500.
No, I don't think it's that.
All right, because Cozy would kick off a
1,000
command. We're going to make the command just exclamation point dice.
I don't think it can take 10 of those.
Exclamation point. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Wait,
To your
back up.
credit.
Wrong one. I'm supposed to do the tube first. So
Pathfinder usually
don't do
has
that. Don't
lower
do that.
health
Do
and higher
exclamation
AC.
point tube.
He tricked y'all.
I tricked you. My bad.
What?
Do this one.
That's the reason I got these. I load up on true strikes. Like
That's
going
what
out
you
of
are. Right, great. We'll do the
business.
dice in a minute. This tube will just be a straight giveaway. So we won't roll for this. I'll just roll it off the Nightbot. Everybody get ready for why you should be Stream MVP. I'm trying to think of what else I should announce. One, let me turn this down just
Yeah,
a
a little
bit.
loud.
One, we have Virtual GreyhawkCon coming up September 30th through October 2nd. I'll be talking to Lord Gazumba tonight, getting involved and helping with some of the planning for that. Thank you again to all the incredible people that came out for BlueBoxCon.
So much fun.
We'll talk about that more during our midweek streams this week, but it was a fantastic time. So many talented people, so much generosity. Even we had somebody that got very injured, and the way the community cared, not playing our games, and the way the community cared for this person, it was
Hardcore
just
game.
absolutely incredible. We had a great. I realize putting tube. I'm threatening to have Pat Draws put lube. Don't do it, Pat.
No, why would you say?
I know it's Pat. It's, all right, and so that's what this is. It is this laser engraved.
You know what we should have given away?
What's that?
We have Mr. Amanda's.
I know.
dragons.
I'm going to give some of those away this
Dinos.
week too.
Oh, you're-
Oh.
I was
Yeah, I've
gonna
got
say,
some
it's
of the
not dragon. If it was
dinos.
a dragon, then we should
I've
be
got a
doing
lot that I want to give away to the community. All right, 5 more seconds. Tube. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Does
The
Luke
winner
get-
is
Must have.
Maya Morph. Let's go, Tom. Congratulations. Are you still on? Let us know you're
I
still
turned
on.
that off.
Let's give him a second to
Turn that off.
recognize.
That's on your end, not in
He's still here with
Oh.
us.
Boy, mine's real sensitive.
Hey, thank you, Jay Birchfield.
Coming in, a family.
We're just wrapping up here.
34
Fantastic
months.
stream tonight. Cannot believe we had 2, not 1, 2 hype trains just getting back into our games. Just super, super grateful to everyone. Checking through. All right, so let's go. Next one will be. Cancel this one now.
Now
Go
it's
back
dice,
to keyword.
Yep.
All right, and
I want
it's
the
going to
dice.
be. Not yet, not yet. Don't do it yet.
right? I mean, you can. Chandler's one thing, so I guess you're allowed to.
Yes, I'm allowed.
Sorry we went a little long tonight, but we had an
should've given
interruption in the
those.
stream with a PC completely freezing at one point. We wanted to make sure we got
we did
further
go
along in the story, and then of course the combat, and then how long it took the players to figure out that first puzzle. Okay.
Shut up.
Exclamation point dice in the chat. Let's go to who should be stream MVP, and we'll do this by roll. And the first one is going to be Cade. Why should Cade be stream MVP?
Huzzah! Well, I should be stream MVP because I'm Cade. That's why. What can I say in this stream except that I was the accidental pirate? I somehow was able to, I don't know, enable my fellow compatriots to discover things inside the stream. Let's see what was.
You did a really good job.
You know, who knew I could uncover that one thing he wrote down about a dragon?
You uncovered 3 different things.
Three, count them 3. And then, I made a contingency plan so that if we entered into
See, Brian.
an area where I needed something, I had a contingency plan in place, and I had bought what I needed at the store before we went there.
Kate is incredibly powerful.
Not really how contingencies are
And
supposed to work, but it was
that's
creative.
How I
I'll
got
teach him
me
later how they're
boots
supposed
Yeah,
to
yeah.
work.
with the fur. And
The whole club was looking at.
All right. And so, Cade, you will.
oh, and I
be-
changed the direction of the dragon with my fireworks.
Yep, you brought its mouth right onto your face.
Everybody type exclamation point dice in the chat to get this gorgeous set of
Run
Cozy
for
Gamer
votes.
dice.
Run for
These
votes.
things are so pretty. You know you want those dice. Glittery and gorgeous. Wow, very nice.
Glittery and
All right,
glitter
and so
gold.
you
Trinkets and baubles.
will be rolling for. Hang on here. A couple people
Let
got
me roll for
unchecked. Let
myself.
me recheck them. All right. You will be rolling for Scott Obsidian Rift.
Oh,
hey,
hi,
Scott,
huzzah!
congrats. You're in the running. Before I go to what's going going in order here, why Alcott should be stream MVP. We do have one question for you tonight here at Blue Box. If you're watching and you haven't followed, and there may be some of you, if you're a sub whose sub has expired, I can't believe, or if you followed not subbed, which I can't believe there are many with all the gift subs and all that. We had so much tonight. But if there's anybody out there, or if you're a sub whose sub has expired and you haven't resubscribed, we have one question for you at Blue Box. What are you doing? Come on, give us a follow, give us a sub. Now, Alcott, why should you be stream MVP?
Alcott should be stream MVP for discerning the nature of the magic items that we got from beneath the glassworks, especially the quill, which gave us some, hopefully, and thus far, pretty useful answers, as we were at least aware that it was going to be a dragon. We didn't do a heck of a lot to get ready for that, but
I was looking for the Yeti. I mean, that was...
We didn't see the Yeti, but...
See, this isn't the White Guardian. This is just a red herring.
Alcott discerned the solution for the puzzle with the magical orb that we got from the chest of the statue. And, I mean, successfully brought some people across that bridge, did some other cool things, and has been throwing magic around this fight, attempted to banish the dragon, which would have been really clutch if I was able to do that, but will saves, they're hard. And yeah, that's why Alcott should be streaming.
Yeah.
Alcott's had an Yeti the whole time on stream.
No, you did an absolutely fantastic job today.
Trying to be tactical with my magic as much as I can.
All right, yes. Oh, no, I am, Jay. I mentioned you earlier. You're my next call, brother. Unless you sent me another one. Let me double check here. But yes, I know I owe you. Oh, you did send me another one here. Hang on. Yeah, okay. Gotcha, brother. Gotcha. Okay. Now, let's go to... You are rolling for... Gamer Adjacent! Let's go!
Hey.
Gamer Adjacent, are you still on stream? Let us know, please.
Please send a message.
Pop a message in the chat. Let us know you're still here. You have a chance for the win. Yay! All right, you are in the roll-off. Gamer Adjacent. All right. Why should Alcott be stream MVP? Markov be stream MVP?
I mean, I can tell you, yeah. I mean, I think the group was being very synergistic today. I think everybody's
I agree with that.
Although, I think Markov is definitely in the running, being able to piece together that the statue wasn't some kind of aggressive sentinel, but something to help us that was made afterwards. I think that was clever.
Yeah.
Being able to use the survival to make sure Gurg is fed and fed well.
Love that. And back to the first piece specifically, if you missed the point he's making, he recognized. I described earlier in a very sort of innocuous way the ages of these various stone structures and the bridge. And at one point, the party was pondering whether or not that statue might have been left by the Thessalonians and therefore inimical to them. And Markov was clever enough to remember that description and realize that would have been older stone than not what was described here. Similarly, when they got later to the statues, he recalled the writings of the scribbler and the mention of these 7 heads and the speaking of magics to them, which was done like 3 sessions ago, the writings of the scribbler on the wall. So it was excellent sort of recognition and creativity.
Thank you. I feel like I'm doing pretty good at making sure that the clues you give us aren't lost on us. No brooches being misremembered. And then
Don't depend on me.
I solved the puzzle.
I am putting, yes, you did. I was able to put a lot of damage into a dragon in very little amount of time.
Yes.
I'm very happy about that. True Strike is a hell of a drug. Being able to really put the hunter and monster hunter so far.
Yeah, you really have. It's been fantastic. All right, you are rolling for Manda, mystical unicorn. I'm sure
dice,
she's
right?
here.
You don't have enough
yeah,
dice.
she is. She just chatted. No, she doesn't like Cozy Gamer dice. She doesn't want those at all. No. All right.
You should roll for somebody so there's 4 people that get a chance.
That's a good idea. I'll roll for someone. We'll give
Why
4
do you
people a
deserve
chance. DM doesn't ever get stream MVP. But just
dragon,
for
though.
all of you, thank you. And for all of you that have well wishes, yes, it's fine. It was just 10 stitches. It was along the side of the arm. Did expose my pinky tendon though, which was pretty cool. But it's all healing up fine. There's obviously no pain now. Stitches will be out in a couple of days. And I been cut by a sword. All right.
Which you can now legally
so
say.
I will be rolling for legally. Yeah, I don't know if it's illegal at any point. All right.
You could say that has happened.
Weaponized eyes.
I mean,
weaponized eyes. Congrats. You are in the roll-off here.
Yeah.
And
Listen, I've been going.
let's go ahead and get this started. The stream MVP. Oh,
trademark
do we
case.
have any mods there to put the stream MVP up? We don't, do we? All right, let me do it.
Would be.
Yeah.
I think the TSR might have some things to say.
Yeah.
They dissolved years ago. Who cares?
Yeah.
Weaponized Eyes is here.
Yay!
Pat, you never win. Shush. You win all the time.
Why is that not working?
You're not allowed to say that anymore.
Literally, like I was just thinking the other day, like Pat wins all the time.
Pat wins
Like
all
it's
the time.
constantly on my
No,
mind.
he does. He
He's
does.
winning.
Winning.
Why?
You know,
Winning time.
Why
Charlie
is that
Sheen
not?
up in this.
Winning.
What's going on?
Oh no, it looks like the stream is just too cool.
Who is it,
It's
Mom?
overheating the.
It looks like the stats for the dragon have been reduced drastically.
Yeah, I didn't.
Reduced
Yeah, I
traffic.
didn't. Honestly, I didn't realize that Evelyn wasn't on. We'll probably just need to make sure we have. I normally just type /poll, right? Isn't it, Robert? It's just. It's,
It is /poll.
yeah, it's /poll, and when I do that, I get the gray saying open.
It'll open in a
Oh,
new tab, and then
it-
you'll start typing stuff in. You should
no,
hit
it's saying open a setup menu to create a poll.
Let me try it.
Yeah, I don't know why. I've never had that message before.
I will do it while we roll dice. Give me just a
All right,
second.
wait, it's up. Somebody got it. Whoever did that, thank you.
Dragon
Maybe
fun.
Fraley did it.
Thank you, Robert.
Oh, Robert.
Okay,
thank you.
all right. So vote for your favorite today. They all did a great job.
Huzzah! Run for
And
votes.
we'll go with the rolls in order. So
I healed the statue.
go ahead and tell us who your. Go.
Never mind whose idea it was.
The idea
oh, I
to heal
will.
the statue was Alcott's.
Ah, but it would never have gotten done without
Thank you
me.
so much,
And you would have
wandering
never known that the statue was
endlessly.
important without me.
I missed all of you guys.
We're all
Oh no,
angry
no,
at
it's
each
not
other.
missing me. I can't win stream MVP. No, I can just roll. PM is
Huzzah!
always excluded from stream
All right.
MVP. Go ahead.
Scott. 19!
Whoa! Let's go.
Beat that, you
Scott's
little
got a
snack
19.
shack.
What? What did you call it? A
Snack
snack
shack. All right, you have
I say
gamer
to my
adjacent. right?
daughter.
Is that a fat joke?
No, no. All right, come on. Just make your roll. You have gamer adjacent, right?
Yes. For
right.
a 6.
Oh, okay.
Wow. Sorry, gamer.
Okay.
That really got to me.
Oh my God, it's a 6.
All right, I've got weaponized eyes.
John, don't roll a 6.
Thank you, Retro Gamer. We appreciate that sub. And Weaponized has been a sub since February of this year. I could not get it.
Huzzah,
13 and
Scott.
11.
You are the winner.
Congratulations,
Obsidian
Scott.
wrists.
I have your information. I will get that mailed out to you. I've got several mail outs to get out this week. Let me pull up our raid
Have
here.
handily one.
Before I raid, one last time, let me say
Huzzah.
thank you. The support today was incredible. The chat was incredible. We look forward to seeing you this week. We're already starting preliminary plans for Blue Box 23, the con. The support, everybody is just really excited about it. And we'll do, we did a much better job today, but we still, or this week, we still continue to learn. So we're going to do some things next year to make it even better, and in some cases, a little more breathing room. We were so well organized. We had so much going on that I think
More painting.
people want a little more time to breathe and connect, which we'll make sure we have next year. But congrats to everyone. And all right, hold on here.
It's a cool dragon.
I know, I like the
I
hate.
want to be really sad when we kill it.
Waiting.
I'm gonna need to get a picture of that we can sketch it for the bestiary.
It looks like furry almost, which makes sense.
Run for votes.
The vote is almost up. Ooh, it's pretty close.
It's really not.
Yeah, it is pretty close.
If all of the Markov votes were to go to Alcott, it would be close.
Kay
Huzzah!
is the stream MVP.
Hey.
Hey, cycle. You need a theme song.
All right. We are going to raid our friends over
no
at
idea.
Tabletop Roll RPG Academy. They have raided us a couple of times as well. Good folks over there. And let me go back to my creator dashboard.
That's 2,000 points, right?
Don't know why you're thinking me, Scott.
Ooh, without
Jenny's the one who rolled the 19.
I did it.
I got nothing to do with it.
He has nothing to do with it. It's all me.
I rolled.
It's all me.
Dummy.
Dummy?
Just use remove dragon. Why
I
don't you
tried.
cast
I
that?
cast banish.
Oh, that is true.
That is remove dragon.
Yeah. Forehead.
5 head.
Oh no.
All right, thank you again. We are raiding now. Blue Box back on Tuesday night. Did I forget anything? Any announcements? We have more giveaways. Am I forgetting anything, guys?
No. Oh, but you should watch out for Terry's stream tomorrow. We might be doing a little test stream.
Okay, and then
But the
Josh,
week after is when we will
is
be
Josh
officially
streaming
starting.
tomorrow as well?
I am not.
So we may have Terry and/or Josh on tomorrow night. So what? All support
There's
folks
Blue
in
Box
the
people
community.
streaming all the time.
And we got
Check
all
them out.
kinds of stuff happening. Oh, this week's LMA, Robert, it's going to be Voices of the Dead. So we're bringing back as many of the folks that have had
Raising the
PCs
dead.
die on our stream, including some as going as far back as Ian, if he's available, to talk about Tiernal. I'd like to get C. Carson in to talk about Corendithus.
Eamon.
Oh yeah.
Has he had
Because he had
multiple
Brule, I
characters
forget. That's right, yeah. And then, of course, all the Greyhawk Awakening cast that you know, those that we've had. Heck, maybe I can get Solomon back. We'll see. So we're going to get as many. It's Machik ED, just like his username.
This time it's at Roll for Perception. He's made a separate
Okay,
channel.
all right, great. All right, rating now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Blue Box, bye!